A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the third broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world in which we live. The play will be introduced by Arch Oboler.
Everyone is talking about the post-war home. Houses that'll be bought in packages and erected while you wait with a tack hammer and a button hook. They talk about vacuum glass walls and radiant heating and coal lighting and organic living and kitchen sinks, which will include everything but the kitchen sink. I read these notes about the brave new house, and then I heard a song. And by that peculiar reverse alchemy of a playwright's mind, I've written a play, which my friend Raymond Massey will now bring you, which is about the house I live in, but which has nothing to do with plastics or packaged conveniences, but which has to do with a man's heart.
I want to tell you about the house I live in. I want to tell you how the house that had been mine lost its walls, and all the rooms were filled with rubble, and a dust arose. And when I looked again, the house was gone.
Was it a bomb that fell?
Bomb? Bomber over Elm Street, USA.
But you say your house disappeared. How did it disappear?
I'm going to tell you. The morning began as so many others had begun since Tom and Elsa had gone. Again, I hadn't slept. I opened the front door, stood on the front porch, and watched the daylight slowly wake up the street. It had rained during the night. I had listened to every drop. And now the light lit up the wet leaves as the trees shook themselves in the morning wind. Another day, and I was waiting for 8 o'clock.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today.
You sure? Perhaps the letter...
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today. Maybe it'll come tomorrow.
I already knew about tomorrow.
Sorry, Mr. Rogers, nothing today. You know, it takes a long time for a letter to get to Elm Street from Japan.
I went back into the house. Chairs, table, sofa. The piano Elsa had played. The piano Elsa had played. I went upstairs. Tom's room just as it had been. His bed, his typewriter on the desk, his track shoes hanging from the side of that chair he had made in manual training. Just the way it had been that last night.
Sure, Dad, sure, all packed. Come on in, sit down. Socks? What do I want to take more socks for? But, Dad, didn't you ever hear of GI issue? Say, Dad, will you do something for me? All this junk here, will you hand it out to those Margolis kids down the street? Yeah. Yeah, the baseball and the mitt. Remember when I broke my thumb on that hot liner?
Joe, you better not give him the football until fall, because if you give it to him now, there won't be much of it left by then. Hey, Dad, did you hear about that? I'm getting farsighted. Dad, my track shoes, everything but my track shoes. I'll be doing a little running when I get back, if I'm still young enough. Me and my long gray beard doing the high hurdles. Oh, come on, Dad, it isn't as bad. Well, look, I'll be back soon. Don't you read the papers? What? Well, this war with the Japolas won't last 6 months once I get over there. Dad, well, this is just a guess, but I got a hunch we'll be starting to bomb Tokyo soon. Well, it's just a hunch, but if it happens, I'm going to be in on it, and, well, I'll send you a bird's-eye picture of the Emperor's horse. Dad, something else. And we almost got married last week, and then we didn't. Yeah. Oh, no, it was me. Well, I wanted her to have a chance to change her mind if I stayed away too long. And she found out that absence didn't make the heart. Well, you know. If she needs anything, well, keep an eye on her, will you? Thanks. How much time have I got left? Is that all? Your watch, you sure your watch? Okay. I just want to sit here a little bit and look around. Yeah. Funny, I've always had so much time. Now I've only got enough to sit here. It's a swell room. In a good house. In a good life. Hey, brought some flowers.
Okay, Dad, get the car out. I'm all ready to go.
Ready to go. Ready to go where? Tom, if I only knew where you were. Or if you were. Elsa's room. The silly room, I'd call it, with its frippery, billowing curtains, cretonne flounces on the dressing table at which she'd sat so many times, covering with glamour a face that was so very young.
Of course, Dad, come on in. Dad, do you think this makeup's too dark? My lipstick? Well, I know it's red. It's the reddest I could get. Oh, Dad, this is a terrible thing to say, but I'm going to miss dressing up like this. Oh, that's silly. It's a beautiful uniform and a beautiful chance, and I want it. I miss all the frills. If they heard me talk, they'd pull up the gangplank before I got there. Tomorrow? 6 o'clock. Dad, I'd rather you didn't come down to the station. No, it isn't that. I just don't want... Dad, please. Just the way you did when Tom... Just let me go alone. Thank you, darling. Dad, I may not get another chance, so I'll say it again. Please, please don't forget to take the coffee pot off the stove every morning. If you burn the bottom out of it, I'll... All right, I believe you. And eat right, Dad. Vegetables. Please have at least one vegetable a day. And beer isn't a vegetable. If I come back and find you as fat as Patty's pig, I'm going to... Oh, Dad, I wish I had another week. Even another day. Make sure you'll be all right. I think I've arranged everything about the meals and the laundry and about the cleaning. If I were only sure you'd be all right. Oh, I shouldn't talk like that. You'll be all right, and I'll be all right, and Tom is all right. Gosh, I'm late for my date. Turn off the lights for me, will you, Dad?
Everything as it had been, but now a place I couldn't stay in. Out into the street, to walk as I had done so many times before, until the circle of my aimless steps brought me back to this empty house I lived in. I had made the walk so many times. 50 steps and that silly little Pekingese of Mrs. Englehart's would see me pass and yap at me. Another dozen steps and the broken piece of sidewalk in front of the Andrews place. Then the iron picket fence Tom used to run along when he was small, banging his stick along the iron pickets as he ran, so half the neighborhood knew his nibs was free of school for another day. I passed a big oak tree where Elsa would stand with her girlfriends when she was very young and giggle when the latest football hero passed. Laughter. Children's laughter. They'd laugh, too. They'd be full of laughter, my children.
Oh, no.
Tom, this one. Look at this one.
Holy... Oh, wait a minute. Give me that.
Oh, no.
Dad, make her give it to me. Elsa, give it.
Oh, no. This one goes to your commanding officer.
Elsa, if you don't give me that picture...
The museum.
Elsa, I'm coming around that table and break your neck.
Listen, Trackstar, I won't do you any good. I've got duplicates.
No, Elsa. Dad, don't just stand there. Do something.
Taking any chances. Got 2 dozen printed up.
Oh, Dad, you shouldn't have given it up.
He said to clean out the drawer, so I did.
but Elsa...
I'll mail it to Hap Arnold, and they'll paint it on the nose of your bum.
My sister, you snake on the grass?
Pretty words won't get you anywhere.
Please.
This makes up for every time you paddled me.
Elsa.
Oh, Dad, this is the most wonderful going-away present.
Elsa, dear.
My beautiful, conceited brother at the age of 3 riding naked on a white horse. Oh, brother.
My steps went past the children's laughter. The endless circle of my aimless steps. Johnson's boy suddenly was there, walking alongside of me.
Can I walk with you, Mr. Rogers?
All right.
I heard a funny joke today. A man was riding along and he got lost. You know, he didn't know where he was, and he went up to a farmer and he said to the farmer, "Where's the road to town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "Well, where's the road to the other town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "Well, where's the road to some other town?" The farmer said, "I don't know." And the fellow said, "You don't know much, do you?" And the farmer said, "No, but I ain't lost." Funny joke, huh, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, very funny.
I got a new harmonica.
Have you?
Do you play the harmonica?
No.
I can. My ma said, "Please get out of the house if you're going to play that. I got a headache." Why do heads ache, Mr. Rogers?
Loud noises, unnecessary conversations, worry.
You got worries, Mr. Rogers?
What's that song you were playing? A moment ago.
I don't know. You got worries, Mr. Rogers?
Play your harmonica, son.
Okay.
He kept playing as he walked alongside of me. Suddenly I realized that his eyes were on me, as if he wanted to say something to me, yet was afraid to speak. And then he did speak.
You take such big steps, Mr. Rogers.
Sorry. That better?
Yes.
You going anywhere in particular, son?
No, sir.
No school today?
Saturday.
Oh, I forgot.
You didn't know it was Saturday?
Sometimes one day gets to be like another.
Mr. Rogers, listen, you must wait. Jimmy Doolittle go over with 1,000 flying forts, and he'll get Tom out. You just wait and see. Jimmy Doolittle get him away from those Japs. Honest, he will.
And then he was gone. I kept on walking. Then this thought. The boy, this neighbor boy, his meeting and walking with me had not been accidental. He had wanted to walk with me and say what he had said. 1,000 flying fortresses, headed up by Superman, I suppose, with Tarzan of the Apes leading a charge of elephants toward my son's prison camp. Prison camp. I didn't even know if he was in a prison camp. Those devils. What have they done to my son?
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. How are you this morning? I'm your neighbor, Mrs. Gibson.
A woman. Yes, a neighbor. I'd seen her once or twice as I'd walk by. And now she was there walking with me, a grocery bag in her arm, and talking to me.
Must have rained quite hard last night.
Yes, it did.
All the rain this spring has certainly done wonders for our lawns. I've noticed yours. It's very lovely.
Yeah.
Of course, the whole problem is to get someone to do the mowing. I saw you talking to little David Miller. I guess the smaller boys of this neighborhood will come into their own this year. What with the 12 and 14-year-olds all going off to help on the farms during their vacations.
If the grass grows tall, there will be no harm.
No, of course. No. Did you hear about the Griffith boy?
No.
He was out flying a kite, and it fell across those high-tension wires over on Oak Street. And he and some of the other boys got a ladder and put it across the telephone and telegraph post, and they were halfway up when Mr. Griffith came along. The Griffith boy had a metal fishing rod that he was going to use to lift the kite off the wires. Can you imagine that? He'd have been electrocuted if Mr. Griffith hadn't just happened to leave work early that day. If you ever expect them to grow up, you certainly have to watch your children every minute. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers, I wonder if I could ask you something.
Yeah?
Well, I know your daughter Elsa has been overseas for a long time, but my daughter Peggy is joining up, and you can understand how excited I've been. I was wondering if you could tell me anything that would...
You were saying?
I was just finding an excuse to talk to you. Peggy's joined up and gone, and I've watched you walk by my house every day. And today I started off to market just at this time, just so that I could have an excuse to tell you that Mr. Gibson and I would like very much to have you come to dinner some night this week. No, don't say yes or no now. Just think about it, and whenever you'd like to come over, just let us know. Goodbye.
She turned and went. I'd walked along this street morning after morning, hundreds of mornings from the day after the news came that Tom wouldn't be back, and Elsa left the house to join up. Morning after morning, and all was it had been alone. And now this, a boy, a woman, childish prattle, feminine dinner-making. What was this today? Suddenly I heard that tune again, the one the boy had been playing. One of the houses along the street, a Negro woman singing as she swept the front porch.
The house I live in, the friends that I have found, the folks beyond the railroad, and the people all around, the farmer and the worker, the sailor on the sea, the men who built this country, that's America to me. The house I live in, my neighbors white and black, the people who just came here or from generations back. The town hall and the soapbox, the torch of liberty. A home for all God's children. That's America to me. The words of old Abe Lincoln, of Jefferson and Payne, of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and the tasks that still remain. Our little bridge at Concord, where freedom's fight began. Our Gettysburg and Midway, and the story of Bethlehem. The house I live in, the goodness everywhere, a land of wealth and beauty, with enough for all to share. The house that we call freedom, the home of liberty, with a promise for tomorrow. That's a miracle to me.
The house I live in. The house I lived in was an empty house.
It's a wonderful song, isn't it, Mr. Rogers?
I turned. Who? And then I saw it was Anne. My Tom's Anne.
I said, that's a wonderful song.
Hello, Anne.
Hello. You going anywhere in particular?
I was just walking.
Mind if I walk with you?
No. Of course not. I'm glad to see you. How have you been?
Fine, Mr. Rogers. Fine.
I haven't seen you for quite some time.
Almost a year.
Has it been that long?
Yes, it has.
I had no idea.
Mother and I have wanted very much to see you.
I'm sorry. I've been very busy.
I know. Your war work. Yet surely you could have found some time to come visit us.
I'm sorry.
It's going well.
What's going well?
The war.
Is it?
Did you know it rained last night?
Yes, I know.
I opened my window and lay on the bed and watched it. It was a strange sort of rain. So soft and fine. It wasn't as if it was rain at all. When it began to get light, every drop seemed to be dancing as it fell.
You didn't sleep?
I was thinking. Mr. Rogers, we've missed you very much. Why didn't you come see us?
I'm sorry, dear. I don't go out these days at all. I go down to the plant. I do everything I can. When I come home, I like to shut the door and be quite alone. I'm sure you understand.
Yet each morning you come out of the house and walk the street.
How do you know that?
I've watched you. We all have. You're very lonely, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, I am.
I was, too.
Was? You heard from Tom?
No, I didn't.
Then the War Department, why should they write you? Why not me? Why didn't
Mr.
they...
Rogers, please, there's been nothing. No letter.
Then what? Tell me.
I don't know how.
I see. All right, that's natural. Why not? You've been away so long. Why shouldn't you find someone else?
Oh, no, that's not it. Of course not. Why won't you understand?
Understand what? You say you're not lonely anymore, and I'm supposed to understand. Understand what? That you're young, that you can forget. But can I forget my son? Can I forget what he said, how he looked, how he... What have I got left but a lonely house?
I stopped being lonely the day one of the neighborhood women, stopped me on the street. She asked me where she and some of the others could send packages to Tom.
Our Tom?
Yes, ours.
I don't understand. Why should they... What was Tom to them?
Tom mattered to a lot of people on this street. I suddenly began to realize that he mattered on many other streets where they didn't know his name or who he was.
Why, Ann? Why?
Because Tom isn't just ours anymore. What had happened to him mattered to everybody back home who has a sweetheart in this war. Or a husband. Or a son.
The house that I lived in lost its walls, and all the rooms were filled with rubble, and a dust arose. And when I looked again, my empty house was gone. And suddenly a new house arose, and it was filled with people. All the people to whom Tom mattered, even though they had never seen him, or didn't even know his name. All the people whose hearts were filled with the work and the troubles and the hopes of this war that my son and my daughter, yes, and I, were fighting. So this is the house I live in, a house of people. And there can be no walls, for sorrow knows no walls. And determined knows no walls. And there are no walls for faith.
Just heard Raymond Massey in The House I Live In, a new play by Arch Oboler. Included in the cast with Mr. Massey were Ann Shepard, Alfred Ryder, Mercedes McCambridge, and Hester Sundergaard. The song, The House I Live In, was written by Earl Robinson and Lewis Allen and was sung by Miss Hope Foy. The original music was set by Gordon Jenkins, and the orchestra was conducted by Sylvan Levin. Next week, from Hollywood, Mr. Oboler will bring you an original comedy entitled Love, 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 which is subtitled An Excursion into the Gentle Art. This will be the fourth in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. To conclude the program, Sylvan Levin and the orchestra bring you excerpts from Gordon Jenkins' original tone poem, This Living Book, dedicated to the free men of the free nations who are now meeting in San Francisco to plan a free tomorrow. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by Bromo Seltzer.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host bidding you welcome through the squeaking door. We're having a class reunion here tonight. Perhaps you'd like to meet some of our alumni. Oh, yes, everyone here has a degree. Third degree, to be exact. You see that fellow over there riding the hobby horse with his head tucked under his arm? Well, he was decapitated on an Inner Sanctum play a few weeks ago. Now he's auditioning for the part of the Headless Horseman. And that little chap over there, the lonesome-looking fellow, he's a pickpocket. Yes, poor chap. Whenever he gets real lonely, he goes out in a crowd for a little change. By the way, have you heard our class yell? It's just one word. Ouch! And our school colors, black and blue, of course.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Till Death Do Us Part, was written by Emil Tepperman and stars Everett Sloan in the role of Joe, with Mercedes McCambridge as Nancy, and is presented by the Emerson Drug Company of Baltimore, Maryland, whose registered pharmacists compound Bromo Seltzer, the headache product that's both fast-acting and pleasant-tasting. No wonder in a representative survey, druggists from coast to coast report that Bromo Seltzer is the favorite relief for headache pain at their drugstore fountains. In fact, 5 times as many of these druggists said that the leader is Bromo Seltzer.
And now we can turn to a little matter of murder. Our story tonight begins on a pleasant note, with a honeymoon couple. But don't start to squirm. The unpleasantness will commence soon enough.
Oh, darling, no.
Just look at them. Joe and Nancy Page, married hardly 5 hours, and parked at the side of the road by the bank of the old mill stream, and whispering sweet nothings to each other.
Oh, gee, Nancy, it's wonderful to be married to you.
Oh, Joe.
If the other clerks at Scott's department store could see us now.
No, I don't want anybody to see us. I just want to be alone with you, Joe, for the rest of my life.
I hope you don't mind spending our honeymoon in a tourist cabin instead of a swanky hotel.
Oh, I love it this way, Joe. The stream rushing past, the moonlight shining on the bridge, the woods all around us. Oh, look. There's another car. They're parking on the bridge.
He's turning his headlights out, too. They think they've got privacy. Guess they can't see us parked here.
Look, Joe. The couple's getting out of the car.
Yeah, for a walk on the bridge.
Mm.
I wonder if this is their wedding night, too.
That's a beautiful car they got. Joe.
What?
That couple, they're acting very strange.
They're having an argument.
Joe, look what he just took out of his pocket.
Holy mackerel, a gun.
He's pointing the gun at her. Joe! Joe! He shot her in the face.
Holy mackerel, it can't be. Must be a gag of some kind.
No, you saw the flashes when he fired the gun, and see how still she lies. Her body's crumpled at his feet.
Yeah, he's picking her up. I bet he's going to throw
Joe,
her.
don't let him. No!
See, you pushed my hand down on the horn. He sees us.
He'll drive across the bridge.
He knows we witnessed the murder. He's got to kill us, too.
Oh, Joe, quick, start our car.
He'll be here before I can turn the car around.
What do we do?
We'll duck into the woods. Come on, quick. Let's run.
Oh, my high heels, I can't run fast.
You've got to. Here, through these bushes. Get behind this tree.
He's getting out of his car. He has a gun, Joe. He means to kill us.
He's coming straight for this tree. He knows we're here. Nancy, we've got to run for our lives. Take my hand. Come on.
Oh! Joe, he's shooting at us.
Run, Nancy. Faster.
can't go much further.
We can't stop. He's close behind us.
Is he gaining on us?
No, but he's still after us.
Oh, please, let's stop and rest.
Not yet. I saw headlights up ahead. Maybe there's a road. If we can only make it.
Joe, I'm through. I can't go anymore.
Nancy, look. Through the trees. The road. Come on. One last sprint. Here it is, Nancy. The road.
Oh, thank heaven. I never thought we'd make it. Is he still after us? He's still coming through the woods?
I don't know. We'll stop the first car that comes along.
No.
Oh, now take it easy, baby.
I was thinking of that poor girl lying dead on the bridge.
And on our wedding night, too. Oh, here comes a car. I'll stop it.
It isn't stopping.
He went right by.
Joe.
What?
I think I hear something behind us in the woods.
Only the wind in the trees.
Suppose he should suddenly step out of those woods with his gun.
Maybe he gave up. Maybe he went back to take care of that body.
Our car is there, Joe. With our marriage license in the glove compartment and the receipt Mrs. Swenson gave us for the cabin.
Yeah, he'll know all about us. Who we are, where to find us.
We don't know a thing about him, except his face. The face of a murderer. Come
on, Nancy. I think we better start walking. We've got to get to the cabin and phone the police.
How much further, Joe?
It's just around the bend.
Johnny, I'd like to lie down and sleep right here on the road.
A fine way to spend a wedding night.
Darling, look. We're there. Swenson's cabin.
Yeah, they're all dark. Everybody's asleep. We'll have to wake up Mrs. Swenson. Use her phone.
Joe.
What?
Look. In front of our cabin.
What? Hey, that's our car.
The murderer must have come here by another road to wait for us.
I don't see anybody around.
Maybe he's in the car.
You wait here. I'll go and see.
Oh, no, Joe, he'll kill you.
Don't worry. We both saw his face. He's got to kill us both. If I go over there alone, he won't shoot until he knows where you are.
But I...
Now, take it easy. Stay back here in the shadows. It'll be all right. It's okay, Nancy. The car is empty.
Maybe he's hiding somewhere close by.
No, he must have skipped out.
Why would he bring our car back?
He wanted to get it away from the bridge. Don't you see? He must have dumped that girl's body in the river, and then he took our car away. No trace.
Oh, Joe, I'm scared. Maybe he's hiding inside the cabin, waiting for us.
He'd be a sap. One shot would wake up all the people in the other cabins, and Mrs. Swenson, too. He'd never get away with it. Come on. We're going into our cabin and get cleaned up. Then we'll use the phone. The switch is right here. There, you see? Nobody hiding here. Holy mackerel.
What is it?
Over there. On the bed.
What?
No! It's the girl's body with her face shot away. Just like we saw her on the bridge.
Listening to Inner Sanctum, brought to you by... From time to time on this program, you've heard from folks who told how they got speedy relief from headache pain by taking a refreshing glass of Bromo Seltzer. These people write in on their own initiative to say that they appreciate the quick and pleasant headache help that Bromo Seltzer brings. Recently, we received such a letter from Mrs. Katharina Eckerline of Schenectady, New York. Mrs. Eckerline said,
One Sunday afternoon, as a young bride of 24, I went for a walk with my husband. On our return home, I developed a headache. My husband went into a nearby drugstore for Bromo Seltzer, which a friend had suggested, and Bromo Seltzer brought me quick relief from my pain. Many years have passed, and ever since that day, I've made sure I had Bromo Seltzer on hand at all the time.
Thank you, Mrs. Eckerline. It's no wonder that you and thousands of others always turn to Bromo Seltzer for headache help. For Bromo Seltzer not only relieves headache pain, but also helps the stomach upset and jittery nerves that may go with an ordinary headache. So remember that, friends, and...
Something wrong with something wrong with something.
Now we can return to that cozy little honeymoon cabin where Joe and Nancy found the beautiful corpse on their bed. The corpse who'd had her face lifted. Well, that's what you get for shooting off your mouth. But don't worry. Before the night's over, the murderer may have his face lifted, too, on the end of a rope. Now, if that murderer were an Oriental, he might try to save face. But you can't save your face if you lose your hair, can you? In the meantime, I wonder what Joe and Nancy are going to do with the uninvited corpse in their wedding bed. Don't you?
Oh, now listen, Nancy. We have to think this over. We're in a jam. Oh, for the love of Pete, Nancy, this is no time to faint.
Joe, it's awful. Her face shot away.
Don't look at her. Here, sit down.
Joe, what'll we do?
I don't know. I gotta think. On our wedding night to have a thing like this happen.
Why did he leave her here, Joe?
To put us in the spot. The cops will never believe our story now. They'll think we killed her.
We killed her? Joe, we never saw her before in our lives.
Nancy, we've got to get rid of her.
What is...
We've got to take her back to the bridge and dump her right back on the murderer.
Oh, no.
It's the only thing we can do. Suppose the cops come here and find her. They'll grill us for hours. They'll hold us for the inquest. It might take a week, 2 weeks. A fine way to spend a honeymoon in jail.
Oh, I never thought of that.
We've got to do it. We've got to take her back.
That means we have to lift her up and carry her.
I'll carry her, but you'll have to help.
Oh, I couldn't.
You've got to, honey.
I couldn't. What must I do?
You go out and get the back door of the car open, then I'll bring her out.
Joe, they'll find us here with the body.
Quick. Throw the blanket over. I'll see who it is.
No, I can't go near her.
Do as I say, quick.
Try. Give me a minute.
Who is it?
It's I, Mrs. Winston.
This blanket is too short.
Just a minute, Mrs. Swenson. Her feet are sticking out. Get those clothes out of the valise. Throw them on top of her.
It's the best I can do.
All right. Sit on the bed in front of her feet.
Please hurry, Mr. Stone.
Coming, Mrs. Swenson. Everything okay, Nancy?
Yes. I feel pain.
Bite your lip. Do anything, but don't faint now. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Swenson.
Good evening, Mr. Stone. I hope I'm not intruding. I saw your light, so I knew you weren't asleep yet.
Yeah, we were just going to sleep, weren't we, Nancy?
Oh, yes.
I should have thought you'd been asleep long ago. See, I brought you a jug of my own homemade apple cider. I'll put it right here in some glasses, too.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Swenson.
It's awfully nice of you.
Oh, not at all. It's so nice to have a honeymoon couple. I wanted to do it earlier, but my heart was bothering me. I've a bad heart, you know.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Mrs. Swenson. Thank you for everything.
Aren't you going to try my cider? I thought you'd like to drink a toast.
Well, we're not very thirsty right now, Mrs. Swenson. Are we, Nancy?
Oh, no.
Of course not. Well, now I'll run right along and leave you both strictly alone.
Good night, Mrs. Swenson, and thank you again.
Good night, Mrs. Swenson.
Oh, you poor dear. You look all tuckered out sitting there on the bed. I bet you don't even know how to make up a bed. Here, I'll make it up for you.
Oh, no.
Well, it's the least I can do. Now, you just sit over there on the chair, my dear.
Please don't.
Why?
Well, she means, please don't bother.
Oh, it's no bother. What's this?
We can explain everything.
Shot! She's been shot in the face. Murdered.
Oh, please, Mrs. Swenson, it isn't what you think.
Murdered. You're no honeymooners. You're murderers. Oh,
Stop that.
Let me go.
Shut up. Stop that.
Joe, look like you're smothering her. Your hand.
I'm just trying to stop her yelling. Please, Mrs. Swenson.
Joe, what happened?
I don't know. She just went limp and slid down on the floor. Mrs. Swenson? Mrs. Swenson, are you all right?
Joe, what is...
She's dead.
Joe, you killed her. What is it, Dick?
I'm a murderer. Me, Joe Stone. A killer. We started out on a honeymoon. And now I'm a murderer. Oh, dizzy for a second.
Joe, close your trembling.
Nancy. Why, she's dead. Look at her face. She's dead. And that one on the bed. We're in a jam, Nancy, in a jam.
Oh, Joe, I wish I were dead.
They'll hold us for murder, Nancy.
It was an accident. You didn't mean to kill Mrs. Swenson.
Yeah, but how will we ever prove that we didn't kill the other one, too? We'll never be able to find that guy with the black rose. The cops will pin the rap on us.
Oh, take me out of here. I can't stand it. Her on the bed and Mrs. Swenson on the floor. Please, let's go away. Let's go far away.
You mean run away?
Anything, Joe, anything. But let's not stay here. I won't go to jail, Joe. I won't. Please take me away.
Yeah, we'll get out. We'll keep going. Nobody knows our names. They can't trace us. Come on. Get the clothes packed.
I can't close this valise.
I'll close it. You get the other one packed. Don't forget anything. Look under the bed. Be sure we don't leave a single thing behind.
No, mustn't leave anything behind. Everything's packed, Joe. Hurry.
All right. I'll take the bags. You put the lights out.
Yeah.
Hey.
What, Joe? What's wrong?
I just thought. Our fingerprints all over the place.
Oh, what'll we do, Joe?
Gotta wipe them off everything. Grab a towel. We'll wipe everything in sight.
Wiped everything, Joe, I think.
The bedstead?
Yeah.
Bathroom? Faucet?
Yes.
Doorknobs? Dresser?
Yes.
Water pitcher?
Yes.
All right, that's all. Let's go.
No, Joe, no. The cider jug, we didn't wipe that.
We didn't touch it.
I'll wipe it anyhow.
Well, snap it up.
All right.
Come on, then. I'll feel better in the car. Out on the road.
Joe, do you think we forgot anything?
I don't know. I can't think. I'm numb all over.
Oh, darling.
Holy mackerel, Nancy. I'm a murderer, a killer. Running away. We shouldn't have done it. We shouldn't have run away.
Oh, it's not as if you killed her on purpose. It was an accident.
Nancy, do you realize you're married to a murderer?
I wasn't murdered.
It was so easy. So easy to kill. I never thought it could be so easy. All I did was to hold my hand over her face.
Joe, please. Joe.
What time is it?
It's almost 2 o'clock. We've been driving for an hour.
Got a cigarette? I think there's some in the glove compartment.
I'll get him. Joe.
What?
Our marriage license is gone.
What? Are you sure?
It's gone, Joe. It was right here.
The murderer. He took it.
Why would he take our marriage license?
I don't know. I can't think straight anymore.
Joe, he knows our names. He knows everything about us. Oh, Joe, there's no use our running away. He knows who we are. We'll always be at his mercy.
Gosh, I feel all in. I can't drive anymore. I gotta rest and think.
We'll pull up at the side of the road. Look, up ahead there's the gas station. Closed for the night. We can park there.
Yeah. Gee, I wish I could sleep for 100 years.
Poor Joe. Here. Put your head on my shoulder.
The first night of our honeymoon. And maybe the last.
Joe.
Huh?
Joe, it's 6 o'clock.
Hey, it's daylight. I slept all through the night.
I guess I fell asleep, too. It's chilly.
Yeah. We should have closed the windows.
Mm-mm.
Gee, honey, you look pretty with your hair mussed up. Gosh, your hands are cold. Here, let me warm them.
All right. This is our first morning together, Joe.
Yeah. Our first morning together. But this isn't the way I used to dream about it. Oh, baby. How did we ever get into a mess like this? We're back where we were last night, in the same jam. Nothing's changed. Those 2 corpses still in the cabin. What do we do?
Joe, let's not think about it for a while yet. Let's go and find a place for breakfast. Our first breakfast together. And after that, we can go back thinking about it. But at least let's have those few minutes. A sort of stay of execution.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a place, Joe, a diner.
Yep. Well, I haven't got much appetite.
No, what we both need is something hot.
Think there's an alarm out for us yet?
Joe, please, let's not think about it.
No other customers inside. That's good.
Good morning. Been traveling all night?
Yeah, all right. Some scrambled eggs, please.
Right. That'll take us a minute.
That's all right. We'll wait.
And I'll turn the radio up for you.
Your friendly neighborhood station with the early morning local news. During the night, death came to Mrs. Hannah Swenson, whose tourist cabins are located on the Bay Park Highway. Right off Route 27. Mrs. Swenson's body was discovered by Oscar Jansen, the handyman, who was awakened by the sound of a car driving away from one of the cabins. Investigating, he found Mrs. Swenson lying on the floor of cabin 3. Dr. Macklin, who was summoned immediately, announced that Mrs. Swenson had died of a heart attack. He had been treating her for a severe heart ailment.
A heart attack?
He didn't seem to respond.
I didn't kill her.
Joe, he didn't say anything about
the other police are anxious to contact a couple who occupied the cabin and who apparently left during the night. They are traveling in a blue 4-door sedan. License number 8N1637. Their names are not known as yet. But if they should hear this broadcast, they are requested to call at the state police barracks.
Let's get out of here, Nancy.
State police are anxious to establish the identity.
Hey, what about your egg?
Hey, can't wait. We're in a hurry. Come on, Nancy.
Joe. Oh, Joe, what does it mean? Joe, why didn't he mention the other body?
It's a trap, Nancy. Get it? They're keeping mum about the girl's body.
No, Joe, I don't think so.
What else could it be? We left 2 bodies there, didn't we?
Shut the motor off, Joe. Maybe the real murderer was waiting close by all the time, and maybe after we left, he went in and took the girl's body away again.
I don't like it. I want to get away from here, far away.
Wait, Joe, wait. Don't you realize you're not a murderer, darling? You didn't kill Mrs. Swenson. It was a heart attack.
That's what they say. I say it's a trap. Let's get moving.
Oh, Joe, it's too late. Look.
State troopers.
Yeah. Oh, Joe. He's coming right over here.
Sure. He's got this license number. Well, I guess our honeymoon is over.
Oh, are you Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Stone?
Yes.
You're Joe Stone?
That's right.
And you, lady, you're Nancy Stone?
Oh, yes, I am.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess this belongs to you.
Thank you. What is it?
Here, take it.
Joe. It's our marriage license.
Where did you get it?
One of our men happened to be cruising down by the old mill stream last night. He saw a fella get out of a roadster on the bridge carrying a girl's body. Fella dumped the girl over the rail, and our man went after him. They had a gunfight. Fella got a slug through the heart. When we went through his car, we found this. And on the back of it there, you'll notice he wrote your license number.
Then you got the murderer.
Yes, we sure did. But we didn't recover the body of the girl. It's carried downstream, and it may take several days to find it.
Then we're not wanted for anything?
Well, you're the folks from Mrs. Swenson's cabin last night. We figured you left in a hurry. Kind of embarrassing to have a thing like that happen on your honeymoon, ain't it? Well, I can't blame you.
Well, then we're free to go on our honeymoon.
Yeah, you just come on down to the barracks and sign a statement. And then you can be on your way.
Well, would you mind, officer, just a few minutes? We want to go back in the diner for our honeymoon breakfast.
you again, didn't we? I'll wait till you expected Joe and Nancy to come to a bad end. You know, it's too bad Nancy had to be framed for murder, but we just couldn't resist framing her. She is as pretty as a picture. And, oh yes, would you care to hear our recipe for eliminating crime? Well, it goes like this. To prevent a murderer from committing murder, you must commit the murderer before he commits the murder. Think that over for a while, and then you'll be ready to murder someone.
If you're at work or out shopping during the day and suddenly a headache hits you, it's no trouble at all to step up to a drugstore fountain and ask for Bromo Seltzer. But if you get a headache while you're at home, for example, late at night or first thing in the morning, now that's another thing altogether. You need and want headache help in a hurry. And that's when it pays to have Bromo Seltzer in the medicine cabinet, ready to bring you the fast headache help you need when you need it. Thousands of people keep Bromo Seltzer in their medicine cabinets because they find it relieves headache pain quickly and pleasantly and helps the jangled nerves and stomach upset that may team up with an ordinary headache. You see, Bromo Seltzer is compounded by a special process under the supervision of registered pharmacists. Caution, use only as directed. If headaches persist or recur, see your doctor. But for ordinary headaches, just be sure your medicine cabinet always contains...
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that squeaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at this time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Blank Wall by Elizabeth Sanksy Holding. Next week, a grisly little tale titled Carnival of Death. It's about Joe Backus, who was fat, enormously fat. But that's not what made him different from all the other people in the carnival he traveled with. On one night each month, a strange thing, a frightening thing happened to Joe. Want to know more about it? Be sure to listen next Monday. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is Dwight Weist inviting you to tune in again next Monday at the same time to Inner Sanctum, which is brought to you for your entertainment every Monday by...
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Friends, today is Navy Day. We salute the United States Navy and pause to remind America's young men that the Navy offers great opportunities for career advancement. Find out about the special benefits of a Navy career at your nearest recruiting office. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The DuPont Cavalcade of America, starring George Tobias. On this Thanksgiving week, the DuPont Company brings you Us Pilgrimes, starring George Tobias and featuring Ralph Bell and Mercedes McCambridge on the Cavalcade of America. Good evening. Here's a timely hint for motorists. It may be especially difficult this winter to replace antifreeze if it leaks away. You can guard against leaks and loss of valuable antifreeze by pouring a can of DuPont Cooling System Sealer into the radiator. DuPont Cooling System Sealer may be used safely with any standard antifreeze solution. DuPont Cooling System Sealer is another of the DuPont Company's better things for better living through chemistry. Pilgrimes, starring George Tobias in the dual role of Mr. Barachek and Boss Pilgrim on the Cavalcade of America. Tonight we bring you a different type of cavalcade, a story of an immigrant's idea of the first Thanksgiving. Our story begins in a classroom.
Now write a row of W's, please.
But the pupils are grown up. It is night school.
Don't hold your pen so hard, Mr. Barachek.
He'll get away if I don't, Miss Teacher.
No, it won't. Just relax.
Barachek can't even hold pen right.
No talking, please, Mr. Barr.
These are aliens learning to read and write simple English in order to become citizens of our country.
Now a row of X's. Mrs. Hanson, you put an umlaut on your O's again.
He could say it every time he do.
Now the L's, class. You're making J's, Mr. Barachek.
I'm sorry, Teacher Isaac.
Barachek can't even make L's.
No talking, please, Mr. Barr. And now the Z. Good, class. Much better. Now, are there any questions?
Miss Hampshire, why we have in America Thanksgiving?
What's so amusing, Mr. Barr?
Some question. What Thanksgiving got to do with how we write with pens?
I think it's a very good question, Mr. Barr. And the more you know about the United States and its history, the better citizens you'll make. Mrs. Hanson has asked why we celebrate Thanksgiving. Who can tell her?
Teacher.
Can you, Mr. Barr?
Sure. It's holiday.
But why?
Says on calendar.
But who first made it a holiday? Why did they have the first Thanksgiving? Mr. Bauer doesn't seem to know. Does anyone else in the class?
Excuse, please, Teacher.
Yes, Mr. Barachek.
I know about first Thanksgiving.
I bet it does.
Mr. Bauer, please. Could you tell the class about Thanksgiving, Mr. Barachek?
Think so? I got a little nephew, very smart. Last night, nephew recited piece in school exercise. Piece all about first Thanksgiving.
Why don't you tell us as much about it as you can, Mr. Barachek?
Sure. One question first, please. Who's Pilgrimes?
Well, they were a group who came to America in 1620. They came here to find religious freedom.
Oh, then Pilgrims immigrants like us.
In a way, they were, Mr. Barachek. Now, suppose you tell us how you think the first Thanksgiving came about.
All right. It's like this. Long, long time ago in all country, things very bad. Bad king. One day, Boss Pilgrim is walking down street with other pilgrims. They talking. All country is no good, say Boss Pilgrim. Not so loud, boss, say other pilgrim. Soldiers hear you.
Teacher.
Yes, Mr. Barr.
Does Barachek mean pilgrims talk like that?
Sure thing. They speak English just like you and me.
Let's not have any interruptions, please. Go on with your story, Mr. Barachek.
Well, long time ago, in old country, things very tough. The king is bad. And one day, Boss Pilgrim is walking down street with pilgrim named Benny. And Boss Pilgrim say, Benny, old country's no good for us pilgrims.
Boss, soldiers hear you. Tell King.
Now, somebody ought to tell King. Tell King let us pilgrims pray like we want. Tell King we want religious freedom. Go church like we please.
Nobody got religious freedom in 1620. That's this year.
They got in America.
Huh? What's America?
His new country Columbus discovered. And can pray any way darn please there. And that's the way it should be in old country. King or no king.
Not so loud, boss. You get us pinched.
He's better be pinched than not pray like we want to. I show, King.
What you doing, boss?
Gonna say my prayer.
Not here in street, boss. Get up. People see you. Here come soldiers, boss.
What I care for soldiers. I show that king how to pray. God, what are pilgrims gonna do? Things bad here.
Come on, boss. Soldiers. They love to kick us pilgrims around.
Don't interrupt me.
I'll go now.
Excuse, please, God. Then he butt in. But what are pilgrims gonna do? Things very bad here in old country. King is mean, bad man. No religious freedom. He push us pilgrims all around. He don't let us pray like we want to.
Hey,
I don't have to say this.
What's the matter, pilgrim? You deaf?
Excuse, please, guard. Another interruption. What do you want, officer?
So, we caught you praying, huh?
Yes, sir.
Why you pray in dirty streets when King has nice, clean church to pray in? Huh, Pilgrim?
Feel like pray here.
Does that mean you don't like King's church to pray in? Huh, Pilgrim?
Maybe I like King's church better if I ever get what I pray for there.
What's that, Pilgrim?
Religious freedom for us pilgrims.
I give you freedom, Pilgrim. How you like that? Next time you go to jail. And next time I catch you praying, it better be in King's church. And another thing. Next time, pray out loud.
You think God cannot hear what I ask for?
Maybe God hear all right, but we want to too. We want to be sure King like what you pray for. All right.
Soldiers. Pooh. I hate soldiers. Tell King I pray just like I want. Me, God, again. Please help us, please, pilgrims. We very unhappy in our country. But what we going to do? What are pilgrims going to do, God? I hear steamboat whistle. Maybe we should take boat to America. Is that what you want us to do, God? Okay, God. Us pilgrims go to America. Thank you. Meeting will come to order, please. Fellow pilgrims, I call you here tonight to tell you big news. God wants us to go to America.
America? You mean it, boss? America?
Today I pray, and God tell me personal. I should take boat right away and go to USA. That's other name for America.
Boss.
Oh, it's you. What do you want, Joe?
You mean us pilgrims should go to this America place to live?
That's right, Joe.
And give up my fruit stand?
What's the matter? You open fruit stand in America. People got to eat there, same like here.
Another thing, boss. I don't think my wife like idea. She got seasick.
What you care how your missus feels, Joe? Important thing, do you get seasick?
No, but I don't want wife to need it. She's tough enough to get along with when feel good.
Never mind who gets seasick. We're talking about going to America.
I don't think it's a good idea, boss. We don't know nothing about play.
If it's good enough for God, it's good enough for us.
You think we find jobs and make living there, boss?
Benny, what kind of pilgrim you? God wouldn't tell us to go no place where there's no work.
Did he say just what USA was like?
No, but I bet it's big, beautiful, wonderful country.
Hey, boss, if it's so big, how come they just find it?
All I care is new country and can pray any way we like there.
You mean they got religious freedom?
It's in Constitution.
Then I vote we go there.
Good. Then we go tomorrow night. In harbor is boat called Mayflower. Third-class steerage tickets, very reasonable.
But, boss, what about my fruit stand?
Sell it, give it away, take it with you. Only stop worry about it.
Well, all right. I go fresco, but I still say it's bum idea.
It's not my idea, Joe. It's God's. And I sure he have wonderful country there for us pilgrims. I bet there is big cities with tall buildings and farms where things grow like anything. And mines for coals and railroad trains and trees to chop and factories for work in and schools for kids and pretty scenery to look at. Don't God's country sound nice?
Well, if only it's where you think it's going to be, boss.
God's so good to us pilgrims, Joe. I bet your wife not even seasick on way to USA. Mayflower boat still sailing on ocean, and trip is tough for everybody, not just Joe's wife. Then when storm stops, come bad fog, and boat get lost, and pilgrims all scared, and Boss Pilgrim starts praying. Please, God, don't let Mayflower hit iceberg or ferry boat and fog. Please bring us safe to America. And if we could get there pretty soon now, we would all appreciate very much. Thank you, God.
Hey, boss.
Hello, Joe. Hello, everybody.
Boss, we want to know when we get to America.
Anytime now.
Anytime now. Every day you say that.
That's right, boss. Well, can't go very fast in fog.
First storm, now fog. I thought you had it fixed that everything is going to be so hunky-dory on this trip. You can't even fix it so my wife can keep her supper down.
We just got to be patient.
Look, this guy Columbus, 1,492 years it took to discover America. How do you know we find it at all?
We find it.
We better find it soon.
My kids got bad colds. Need doctor. We take them to clinic as soon as we land, Benny.
But, boss, when we land?
That's what I want to know. All I can say is, Pilgrims, is... Look, look how quick fog is lifting.
Huh?
Look! Land! It's America!
How do you know it's America, boss?
I can see Statue of Liberty. Look. The Statue of Liberty. What do you know, the Statue of Liberty? Keep spyglass, somebody. Keep spyglass. Here. Quick. There's writing on statue. I read to you. Listen. It says, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Oh, how you like that? Well, Pilgrims, didn't I tell you God not let us Pilgrims down? Congratulations, boss.
Boss!
Now what?
Can have spyglass 1 minute.
Say, Joe, you see statue good?
See statue okay. But that's all I do see.
What do you mean, Joe?
You promise us big cities in U.S. and farms and trains and factories and schools and churches and beautiful scenery.
So?
So this America, this God's country, is nothing but a lot of woods.
Give spyglass.
Look, just woods. That is not even people there, only wild animals. And I sold my fruit stand.
Yo, we're going to have religious freedom.
But what about all those things you promised?
I keep my promise. It's pretty scenery, ain't it?
You are listening to Us Pilgrims, an unusual story of an immigrant's idea of the first Thanksgiving, starring George Tobias on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Mr. Barachek, an immigrant, is going to night school to learn to become an American citizen. A discussion arose about the origin of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Barachek is telling the class his story of the Pilgrims and the first Thanksgiving, all in his own words.
So, after Mayflower get to USA, Pilgrims get off at Ellis Island.
Teacher, Barachek is crazy. Pilgrims land on a place called Plymouth Rock.
Okay, in 1620, Ellis Island was named Plymouth Rock.
Okay, but what about Statue of Liberty?
What do you mean?
There was no Statue of Liberty here in 1620, or not?
Not yourself. Liberty always here, huh, teacher?
Well, when you get through with your story, Mr. Barachek, I'll tell you just when they put the statue up. But you've got the right idea.
Bauer don't know so much.
Go on with your story, please.
So, Pilgrims get to America. very wild place. All wood. It's winter time. And it's very cold. And snow is very deep.
Boss! Hey, boss! Boss, listen! Hey, boss!
What do you want, Benny?
A whole bunch of tough-looking guys coming. Some kind of savages. Got red skins and feathers in hair.
I bet it's cannibals. I ain't scared of no guys who wear feathers and hair. Come on. Who are you guys?
Friendly Indians.
Us Pilgrims. I boss Pilgrim.
I chief of friendly Indians.
You fellas live around here?
Long time. You fellas new here, ain't you?
Just got off Mayflower.
Proud to meet people who came over on Mayflower.
Say, it's good country here?
It's bad. You like it fine. Only may take you a few days to get used to the water.
Teacher! Now what is it, Mr. Bauer? Check don't know what they talk about.
How can? Don't even get a chance to talk.
Check got Indians running around loose in woods.
Where are you supposed to have Indians?
An Indian reservation. Everybody knows that. You're wrong there, Mr. Bauer. There were no Indian reservations in those days. Well, if I'm wrong, it ain't Barichek's fault. It's nothing but the foreigner that Barichek.
You bet. All Americans start out like that.
That's right, Mr. Barichek. Now, will you go on, please?
Well, things get tougher and tougher for Pilgrims. Winters get worse. Pretty soon, they almost out of food.
Please, help!
Who's calling?
It's falling snow over here.
Oh, it's Chief of Friendly Indians. Come on.
Who's there?
It's me, Chief. Boss Pilgrim. It's me and Joe.
Give me food. Please, food.
What's the matter? What's the matter, Chief?
I get lost in woods. Not eat for days. Food.
Food? Oh, Joe and me got pockets full sandwich, Chief. Here, take.
No, don't, boss. We need them sandwich, too.
Oh, this is starving man, Joe.
What I care is nothing but a foreigner.
He's starving man. He's starving man, and I give him sandwich whether you like or no. See? Here, Chief. Take.
It's good. A good sandwich. Chief of Friendly Indian, never forget it.
Who is it?
Hey, boss. Hello, Benny.
Good evening, boss.
Hello, Mrs. How's sick kids?
Not so good, boss.
You give aspirin and castor oil like I tell?
Us Pilgrims all out of aspirin and castor oil. No place to get more, boss.
It's bad.
If only could get fresh milk for kids. I think they get well.
No complaint, Mama. Everybody else just bad offers like us.
I go see kids now.
You think we get along till spring and Mayflower come back, boss?
I don't know, Benny. We almost out of food now. I make big mistake to bring us here. I guess I no understand God right.
Maybe God no want things to be easy for us here, boss.
What do you mean?
Suppose us Pilgrims come to U.S. and it's big buildings every place and jobs and delicatessens on every corner. And right away, what happens? We get so busy climbing up and down big buildings and stealing our silk shirts, we forget what we came here for, to be free.
That's right, Benny.
I don't think God ever wanted easy to be free. And anybody who wanted got to work like anything for it.
If only God tell us what to do.
Benny!
Huh?
It's a bird! You've got to do something about getting the milk.
Excuse me, boss. I got to talk to Mrs. She get excited. Women, you know.
God, this boss Pilgrim. I be wrong. I guess I expect things gonna be too easy. Only they can be too tough, too. Us pilgrims can't take much more. Honest, God. What we gonna do? Excuse, please, God.
Who there? It's me, Chief of Friendly Indians.
Hello, Chief. Shake hands.
I can shake hands when both hands full of sandwich.
Sandwich?
You save life of Chief of Friendly Indians with sandwich. Chief of Friendly Indians never forget. For 4 days now, whole tribe has been making sandwich. Make 16,000 sandwich and have brought them all here for pilgrims.
This is fine thing you do, Chief. Us pilgrims almost starving.
Besides 16,000 sandwich, bring 16,000 dill pickles. Chief of Friendly Indians never forget.
You know, I pray to God for help just when you knock on the door.
Tell your God not to worry about you. Spring comes soon and Chief of Friendly Indians show Pilgrim how to plant corn. Maybe then you invite Chief of Friendly Indians to dinner, huh? This is the most beautiful tableful of food I ever see, Mr. Boss Pilgrim.
No wonder. It's first Thanksgiving dinner.
Let me at that turkey.
Oh, just a minute, Joe. What's the matter with you? Say prayers before we eat. This is Thanksgiving. God, us pilgrims want to thank you for everything. For this turkey and cranberries and all good things you let us grow. Thank you for bringing us from all country to USA. Thank you for we can pray here and work and build something fine and be free men. And may there always be room here for other pilgrims like us. Amen. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Barachek, that's very interesting. There are one or two historical inaccuracies I'll explain later. But you certainly do get the idea.
Thank you, teacher.
Wait a minute, Barachek. What about the turkey?
What do you mean about the turkey?
You say pilgrims lived in the woods. I heard you.
That's right.
Then where did the turkey come from, Mr. Smarty Barachek?
Boss Pilgrim win it in raffle.
Our star, George Tobias, will return in just a moment. But first, here is Gain Whitman speaking for DuPont.
Other eyes than yours. The eyes of your grandfather and grandmother, your father and mother, when they were young and very much in love, have looked upon the soft fading colors of autumn leaves and found them beautiful and a little sad, discovering in them the truth that every summer must come to an end. At this time of year, with Thanksgiving Day drawing close, we are particularly conscious of those that have gone before us, conscious of our place in the endless cavalcade, which reaches from far away in the past to far away in the future. It is from the long, reassuring past that we draw strength and courage to go on. We look to the future with hope and confidence. For if we know how to give good gifts to our children, then how much more shall our Father in heaven give good things to them that ask him? No one can really doubt who knows that 7th chapter of Matthew. Shall we, as we think on the past, on the future, give thanks? Yes. Has there been no other time in the world when clouds have darkened the horizon? There have been many such times, and we've always come through. Let us give thanks. Let us give thanks as our forefathers did. Americans have much, much more for which to be thankful than they ever had. Let us count our blessings, our better things for better living, not merely from the world of science, but from the world of the spirit, in which mankind is also learning lessons, though they be slow and arduous. Let us be thankful for our freedom, symbolized by the precious documents aboard the Freedom Train. Let us be thankful for health, for friendship, for human kindness, for sincerity, for courage, wherever we find them. In this spirit of reverence, friends, I bring you cordial wishes for a joyous Thanksgiving from the men and women of the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Now, our star, George Tobias.
What Jane Whitman said is right. Over here, we have a lot to be thankful for. But in Europe, with winter, the people will be hungry. We have been asked to save food for them. Friends, let's not make a mockery of Thanksgiving. In giving thanks to him who said, "I was hungered, and he gave me meat." Let's express our thanks in a practical way. Let's share our food with those who are hungry. Good night.
Next week, the Cavalcade of America presents Van Heflin in Towards the Horizon, an exciting and dramatic adventure of the first navigation of the perilous Colorado River in the Grand Canyon. Be sure to join us again next Monday night at this same time for Van Heflin in Towards the Horizon on the DuPont Cavalcade of America. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, Us Pilgrims, was written by Frank Gabrielson. Featured in our cast were Ralph Bell as Bauer and Mercedes McCambridge as Miss Haskell. Danny Ockel played the chief of the Friendly Indians. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Bryan. George Tobias can soon be seen in the Eagle Lion film Adventures of Casanova. This is Bill Hamilton inviting you to listen next week to Van Heflin in Towards the Horizon on the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
One of the axioms of drama might be summed up in the words, "Don't cheat the audience." Yet one of the most famous short stories of the century, The Lady of the Tiger, does just that. No, we are not about to bring you that famous masterpiece, but the story we are going to tell, in addition to being well calculated to keep you in suspense, is also guaranteed to start a lot of arguments, none of which we hope will become too serious. Frankly, we don't know whether Sophronia Winters or Hiram Johnson is telling the truth, and whether one or both of them are crazy. But there's one point on which we can all agree. Sophronia's diary makes mighty thrilling reading. Listen then, as Miss Mercedes McCambridge stars in The Diary of Sophronia Winters, which begins in just a moment.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Hey, honey, I'm home. Daphne.
Drop dead.
Uh-oh, what's the matter, honey?
Don't you speak to me, you Don Juan.
Don Juan? Daphne, I'm no Don Juan. No habla español.
Very funny. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, it was no prize winner, but...
Neither are you Lothario.
I've often wondered, what's a Lothario?
I don't know, but that's what the wives on TV always call their husbands. I guess it applies.
Do you want me to go out and come in again?
As far as I'm concerned, you can go for a long walk, preferably on a short pier.
Well. Oh, come on, Daphne. What's wrong?
Your good friend Harry called, and he spilled the beans.
Which beans?
He said, quote, "Tell Joe he was right about those blondes. They're great," unquote.
Blondes?
That's what he said. Well?
He didn't say blondes. He said bonds. Savings bonds.
What?
Sure. I buy them on the payroll savings plan. And I told Harry he ought to do it, too. Savings bonds have a guaranteed interest that pays back $4 for every 3, which is a pretty good investment.
That's a pretty good story, too.
It's true, so help me. That's why Harry's so happy. Savings bonds are great.
Well, maybe you're right. You wouldn't really fool around with blondes, would you? You're too faithful and sweet and kind and...
Fast talking.
And now, The Diary of Sophronia Winters, starring Mercedes McCambridge. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
February 1st, St. Petersburg, Florida. I, Sophronia Winters, have hereby begun this diary because on this date I feel for the first time in my 60 years that I have begun to live. It happened this morning. I had just settled myself on the beach when I noticed a man, a thrilling-looking man, strolling toward me.
Well, sitting out here all by your lonesome?
Oh, well, yes, I am.
Didn't I see you last night over at the Starfish Tea Room?
The Starfish Tea Room? Oh, yes, I was there yesterday.
I set a mighty good table over there. Mind if I sit down beside you?
Not at all. Oh, just a minute. Sit on this magazine. This sand sticks to your clothes.
Oh, sand don't bother me. Johnson's the name, Hiram Johnson. Come from Green Harbor, Maine. Run a big hotel up there summers. That's my whole history in a nutshell.
My name is Sophronia. Sophronia Winters.
Sophronia?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's quite a coincidence. My sister-in-law's name was Sophronia. Sophronia Johnson. You ever heard of her? She looked quite a bit like you.
Sophronia Johnson? No, I'm afraid I haven't. Who was she? Someone very famous? I'm so ignorant about these things.
No, Sophronia wasn't very famous up in the state of Maine for a while, some time back. Well, look where that sun climbed to. I'd say it was close to lunchtime, and I'm going on a hunger strike unless you have lunch with me.
Oh.
Yeah?
Dear diary, now I know what they mean by the young in heart. There is indeed a boy for every girl in the world, and I have found mine. He is so kind and so generous and so strong, and I am so weak because I want to be.
Oh, what's the good of waiting, Sophronia? I got to be back at the hotel in a week. We may never see each other again.
Oh, Hiram, don't say that. I couldn't bear it.
Then let's do it right away, tomorrow. There's a parson out on Coral Avenue who'll do the job for us, and we can take a nice moonlight drive out the Alligator Farm afterwards and have a nice shore dinner. Then climb on board the Orange Blossom tomorrow night for Maine.
Oh, but what would your family think? Wouldn't they be shocked?
Family's all dead. I'm my own boss. There'll just be the two of us, alone together.
The two of us, alone together. The two of us alone together. But, dear diary, not exactly as I had imagined it. Our wedding trip north on the Orange Blossom Express was all that I could have dreamed of. But now we are at the end of the journey. Looming in front of us in the deepening winter twilight is a huge resort hotel, Hiram's Hotel, its wide veranda empty, its ancient cupolas menacing against the gray sky, and not a single light burning at any of its hundreds of windows. What are you locking the gate for, Hiram?
Why not? Nobody coming in after us, or going out again for a while.
But I thought you said the hotel.
The hotel is empty.
Hiram.
Well, what is it now?
Hiram, darling, I know it sounds silly, but let's not go in there tonight. It's so dark and empty. Let's wait until morning. Let's stay in the village just for tonight.
We're staying here. Now, get inside.
Oh, my arm. Hiram.
You remember me telling you down in Florida about my sister-in-law, Sophronia?
Yes.
Well, that's her. That painting there on the wall. Now, you take a look at her. Good look.
But why?
She was a murderess.
Oh.
She was hanged in Portland 25 years ago for the murder of my brother, Ephraim. Here in the lobby of this hotel. They come downstairs singing a hymn and murdered him in cold blood with an axe. That fire axe hanging over there on the wall.
How horrible.
Yeah. Now, you stand over there under that painting.
Hiram,
Get over there.
Hiram, please, you're hurting me.
Now, you stand there quietly. Now, you remember I said you resembled my dead sister-in-law? Well, you do. You are a spitting image.
In a moment, we continue with the second act of Suspense. In what form can an act of military heroism be acknowledged? In one example, the form is a rectangular blue ribbon set in a gold-colored metal frame of laurel leaves, worn centered over the right breast pocket of the uniform. A bronze oak leaf cluster may be affixed to the ribbon for each subsequent award of the same decoration. This is the emblem of the Distinguished Unit Citation, awarded to units of our armed forces and those of our allies for extraordinary heroism in action against an armed enemy. One of America's newer military decorations, it is designated to recognize activity on or after December 7, 1941. The Distinguished Unit Campaign streamer is blue, with the name of the cited action embroidered in white. To be eligible for this citation, the degree of heroism required is the same as that which, in an individual, would warrant the presentation of our second highest award for valor, the Distinguished Service Cross. The Distinguished Unit emblem may be worn permanently by all those involved in the cited action, but for those individuals joining the unit later, the emblem may be worn only for the duration of their assignment. Both as individuals and as members of military units, America's servicemen have proved themselves worthy of medals and worthy of admiration by their countrymen. And now, starring Mercedes McCambridge, Act 2 of The Diary of Sophronia Winters.
I cannot understand it, and my heart is heavy. The hotel is deserted, unchanged, and apparently uninhabited for 25 years. Wash bowls and pitchers still stand in the empty rooms covered with cobwebs. The great dining room with its oak woodwork is alive with rats, and a row of broken rocking chairs on the front porch faces emptily out to sea. Does he mean this to be my home?
And now, my dear, let me show you the grounds.
Oh, but it's dark.
I want to show you where my sister-in-law Sophronia is buried.
But can't I see it tomorrow in the daylight?
You'll see it now, Sophronia.
Hiram, you're hurting me.
I'm sorry, my dear, but you must learn to do what I say, and then we shall have no trouble. There we are. Just yonder on that mound. That's where my sister-in-law Sophronia was laid away 25 years ago. Buried her ourselves, out of service. Out here by herself on the grounds. Ephraim's buried in town, but not Sophronia. I had a feeling I'd have to keep an eye on her.
Keep an eye on her?
Yeah. I knew she was one of those restless sleepers who wouldn't stay quiet in her grave.
You mean you think she haunts this place?
Nope, not this place. She never had any use for it, alive or dead. No, she makes for the warmer climates. She was always a cold-blooded little woman, freezing and shivering all the time. Places like California and Texas and Florida she makes for.
Florida?
Yeah. One of her favorite haunts, particularly around St. Petersburg. She likes the flowers and the sun and romance.
Hiram, I feel cold. I'm shivering. Do you mind if I go inside now?
In a minute. Haven't explained everything. You see those birches over there? Under every one of them's a grave. See, I found her wandering the earth in disguise 3 times. I killed her 3 times. Still don't do any good. She's still restless.
You mean you killed 3 different women?
Yep. Now I'll keep another grave open to remind her. Waiting now. Would you like to see it, Sophronia?
Oh, no, Hiram, no, please. I...
You afraid to see it, Sophronia?
No, Oh, Hiram, you don't think just because my name happens to be Sophronia and that I look a little like...
Think what, Sophronia?
Nothing.
Well, we mustn't have you catching a cold, my dear. Well, you come back along in the hotel. I'll show you to your room.
My room?
Yes, Sophronia. Your room. Now, this room's cleanest in the hotel. Always expected to be occupied again sometime. There you see. Kept everything just as it was. Huh? What's the matter?
Nothing. It's just that...
Seem kind of familiar?
No.
Just as she left it that afternoon, she walked downstairs to murder my brother. See her embroidery on the table, needle sticking in it. Her hymn book still open. She's very fond of singing hymns, Sophronia was. Had a nice voice, too. I used to accompany her on the harmonium down the parlor.
Oh.
Well, I'll turn down the bed for you. And you can get undressed while I go make you some hot tea.
No, I don't want any.
Now, there's the closet. You can put on one of Sophronia's dressing gowns. Make yourself at home.
Hiram, why are you locking my door?
It's safer, my dear.
Safer?
Yeah. Always lock doors, outside and inside. Windows, too. Much safer for everybody.
It must be nearly midnight now. I don't know. I don't know how long it's been since he locked that door on me and left me alone in this horrible room with its hideous little mementos of a dead murderess. I have lit the pink-flowered oil lamp, and I am sitting here at her little wicker table, trying to maintain my sanity as I write this. I can hear him downstairs, in the shabby little parlor off the lobby, playing the harmonium, playing the same piece over and over again. My hand has just brushed against her needlework, lying beside the open hymn book, open at the same hymn he is playing, the same hymn he is playing. I shall go mad. I shall go mad. I shall go mad.
In a moment, we continue with the third act of Suspense. We have together
ample capacity and freedom to defend freedom. This is NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Day after day, month after month, since April 4th, 1949, the activities of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization have moved steadily forward on many fronts. This complete cooperation must and will continue because the concept of national self-sufficiency is out of date. Countries of the free world are interdependent, and only in genuine partnership and by combining their resources, sharing tasks in many fields, can progress and safety be found. The United States of America is a part of NATO. You should be aware of and alert to the objectives and programs of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
And now, starring Mercedes McCambridge, Act 3 of The Diary of Sophronia Winters.
February 12th. Can it be only a week since I became the bride of a madman? Now I live only from moment to moment, listening to each creak on the stairs, each note as it slowly wheezes from the old harmonium, wondering when he will come for me, when he will drag me out to join those other Sophronias in their frosty graves beneath the naked birches.
Sophronia!
It's come.
Sophronia? Come downstairs. I want you to sing with me.
Sing. She sang with him, he said. How can I come downstairs when my door is locked?
It's unlocked. You try it.
Unlocked? Oh, no, how could he? Oh, it is. And I never knew it. I never knew it.
Come in, Sophronia.
He unlocked it sometime while I was just sitting there. Oh, why didn't I try a few more times? Why did I just sit there assuming? No, he'd have caught me anyway. He'd have known. But I might have got away. And now it's too late. He's going to kill me.
Sophronia!
Yes, Hiram. I'm coming. Hiram, where are you?
Down here, in the parlor.
At the harmonium?
Yeah. Waiting to sing with you.
All right. I'll sing. I haven't sung in years, but I'll try. I'll sing with you. I'll stay out here in the hall. My voice will carry better.
Always did carry better in the hall, didn't it, Sophronia? Of course, you know, both the front and back doors are locked.
Yes, I know, Hiram.
Abide with me, gospel saving time.
The darkness deepens, Lord, with me abide. There's only one more page. Shall I read it to you, nurse?
Yes, go ahead.
March 22nd. I have been sick, I think, for a very long time. The pages of my diary are blank, but I shall take you out again, poor diary, today, and start you over again. I shall never look back at the other pages. I shall only write on and on about this beautiful place, so that no one reading this diary will ever know that I did it. But I did do it, diary. I was smarter than he. When I opened that door at the head of the stairs and heard the music. When I saw the fire axe still hanging on the wall, I was so cautious, so terribly cautious. I tiptoed like a little mouse, even as I sang the hymn, into that room where he was playing. If a reflection of that axe had so much as glimmered across the wood, if he had turned. But I was clever, so much cleverer than he. I kept on singing, and now I'm free, free as a bird. I'm free, and he shall never catch me now, not this time, or ever again, because he's dead. Isn't he, Nurse? Nurse? Isn't my dear brother-in-law, Hiram, really dead?
Yes, Miss Sophronia, he's dead. And now we'll put the diary away, shall we? Remember what the doctor said. We mustn't overdo if we're to get well.
Oh, but I don't want to get well, ever. I like being sick. I feel so safe.
Suspense, in which Mercedes McCambridge starred in William N. Robeson's production of The Diary of Sophronia Winters by Lucille Fletcher. Supporting Mercedes McCambridge in The Diary of Sophronia Winters were Carl Swenson and Ellen Morgan. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Miss Kathy Lewis starring in The Bridge. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
From Hollywood, California, and an Allied base in Fairbanks, Alaska, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air, starring Mr. Ronald Colman. Because of the vital significance of tonight's play, This Living Book, based upon the Bible, the Electric Autolite Company has foregone its usual commercial messages.
A poet of the people said this: how many ages and generations have brooded and wept and agonized over this book? What untellable joys and ecstasies! What support to martyrs at the stake! To what myriads has it been the shore and rock of safety, the refuge from driving tempests and wreck? Of its thousands there is not a verse, not a word, but is thick-studded with human emotion.
In this time of the testing of human values, the book is a part of the undercurrent of life, the stream of cultural treasure linking the past with the life stream of each man of decency. Turn your thoughts, you who listen, away from yourself for these moments, and listen to the book as it lives.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth, and the earth was without form and void, and the darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness.
Joe! Yes.
Hey, Joe, it's the boy.
And the boy, Joe, didn't I tell you? Joe, ain't you glad?
I don't know.
What's the matter with you?
Yes. If I say it to you, I won't say it to her, and it's better that way. I didn't want this kid, Fred. I didn't want it because every time I felt my empty sleeve and then read the headlines, I said to myself, no kid, no kid. Let the world go to the devil where it belongs. 1920, war, only over 2 years, and already they've forgotten all the fine words that sent me over there. Already they're grabbing and conniving and cheating. And I better go see her. And him.
Yes. Joe, listen. What you just said, but, well, think of this. When a baby's born, maybe it's like a new day.
And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast and the creeping thing and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah was a just man, and Noah walked with God. And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark. Thus did Noah. According to all that God commanded him, so did he. And the Lord said unto Noah, come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation.
Look at the wind blow the sails. Best boat in the world, isn't it, Pop?
All right, son. Come ahead. Your mother's waiting lunch.
Okay, Pop. Pop, why haven't we got a big boat?
Well, I guess it's because we haven't enough money.
But everybody's got lots of money now.
Really? Who told you that?
Teacher?
Yes, I suppose. Someday, 1929 may be considered the golden year. Who knows?
Why can't we have a boat, Pop?
Well, lend an ear. The clean one. Now, look, son. Suppose it was a bright, sunny day like this, and everybody was laughing, having lots of fun, but you felt there was a storm coming up that would blow away everything that wasn't strong and honest. And supposing you knew that the only way you could earn that boat was to be not quite honest. Cheat a little here, take a little there, sneak a little, lie a little. But then, son, you'd have nothing left but the thought that you hadn't been honest with yourself and with the other people who share this world with you. Would you want the boat then, John?
To whom shall I speak and give warning that they may hear? Behold, the word of the Lord is unto them a reproach. They have no delight in it. Therefore I am full of the fury of the Lord. I am weary with holding in. I will pour it out upon the children abroad, and upon the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with the wife shall be taken, the aged with him that is full of days. and their houses shall be turned unto others with their fields and wives together. For I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants of the land, saith the Lord. For the least of them, even unto the greatest of them, every one is given to covetousness, every one dealeth falsely, saying, peace, peace, when there is no peace.
If you please. Ladies and gentlemen, order if you please. Would the gentleman in the audience who just spoke state his name?
John Eli Adams.
John Eli Adams. Yes, we were quite sure it wasn't Quincy. I've just been informed that you're a member of the sophomore class. Please, gentlemen, let's hear what Johnny Adams has to say. May throw light upon certain opinions, fortunately very much in the minority on this campus. Enlighten us, Mr. Adams. Please, enlighten us.
Well, this is called the University Conference for Peace in Our Time. But I always thought that in order to have a peace conference, all the combatants had to be present. Where are they? How can you talk of peace in our time if the beast isn't here? That's our only antagonist. Do I have to tell you about it? It's the beast that calls itself blonde but has many colors and many faces. And one of them is cowardice. And the other one is the selfishness of the child-minded. You're talking no war now. But what you're really saying is, I'm 18 or 19 or 20, so don't damage this world in any way that'll keep me of what I want. But I tell you, gentlemen, the cost of peace in your time is too much for even you or me to pay. Sure, I'm 18, and sure I want a chance at loving and having and being. But not at the cost of men and women hunted like animals. Not at the cost of leaving the world free for the beast. How dare we, the young, expect peace in our time when there is no peace in the world?
Behold, thou art fair, my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thine eyes are as doves within thy veil. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that lie along the side of Mount Gilead. Thy teeth are like a flock of ewes that are newly shorn, which are come up from the washing. Whereof every one hath twins, and none is bereaved among them. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, and thy mouth is comely. Thy temples are like a piece of pomegranate behind thy veil. Thy neck is like the Tower of David builded for an armory, whereon they hang 1,000 bucklers, all the shields of the mighty men. Thy two breasts are like two fawns that are twins of a roe which feed among the lilies. Until the day be cool and the shadows flee away, I will get me to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. Thou art all fair, my love, and there is no spot in thee. Come with me from Lebanon, my bride.
How soon will we be there?
Half an hour.
Does he know we're coming?
Mm-hmm. Why are you afraid?
I just am.
Of me?
No.
Tell me.
All right. Remember when you told them off?
Told who off?
It was 2 years ago at school, that peace at any price meeting.
What's that got to do with...
I fell in love with you then.
What?
I loved you then because you were like one of the prophets of old. You said what you believed. And you said it's not caring what happened to you.
Oh, hey, now, wait a
No,
minute.
no, I want you to hear this. In a little while, we'll be together. All right? But how about after that?
What kind of talk is that? Always.
You want to, and I want to. But will they let us?
Hey, what's this merry-go-round?
Tonight's headlines, you showed them to me yourself.
Oh.
Today, poems. What about us? Tell me, son.
I love you very much.
Tell me.
There might have been an answer a few years ago if somebody'd done something about fascism and company then. But they didn't. All we can do now is wait.
But I want to know that you'll be with me.
War or peace. Either way, there's no answer to that. Vicky.
Yes?
All these miles, you know what I've been thinking?
What?
About love and loving. That used to mean a girl in a certain line which depended on who she was and how I felt and where we were. Then I met you. And it began to mean the way your eyes go wide and then sort of crinkle up when you laugh. The way you walked as if it was wonderful to be a woman. And when I hold you, your lips go soft under mine. And your arms want. But your eyes are like a little girl's asking me not to hurt you. Oh, Vicky, you better change your mind. You're marrying the kind of man who makes love before breakfast.
I'll always remember you said these things to me. The day we were married.
Righteous art thou, O Lord, when I plead with thee. Yet let me talk with thee of thy judgment. Wherefore doth the way of the wicked prosper? Wherefore are all they happy that deal very treacherously? Thou hast planted them, yea, they have taken root. They grow, yea, they bring forth fruit. Thou art near in their mouth and far from their reign. But thou, O Lord, knowest me. Thou hast seen me and tried mine heart toward thee. Pull them out like sheep for the slaughter, and prepare them for the day of slaughter. How long shall the lands mourn, and the herbs of every field wither, for the wickedness of them that dwell therein?
Baby's sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk. I've been afraid to. Now I want to.
Okay, let's stop calling him Snooks. Let's call him David. David Adams.
About you, Jim.
You really want me to?
Yes.
All right. I wake up in the morning, I work, I eat, I sleep. Once in a while I read, we go to the movies, love, everything's the same. And yet it's as if it wasn't happening. I mean, really anymore. With every day, it's less and less real.
The only thing that's real are the newspaper headlines, the news broadcasts. But not our lives, not here, not anywhere in America. I get this crazy thought. We're dead and we're waiting for the fascists to come over here and bury us.
No, I guess I was holding him too tight. I'm sorry, honey. Please, just...
You wanted me to talk.
Yes, son, I wanted to talk. John, of course I've known what's been wrong.
Okay.
For the last few years you've been thinking and suffering. Because you've understood how everything the Germans have done has been part of a terrible plan.
All right, so I'm smart, so what good is it?
So you're asking what good have you done? That's what's wrong with you, son. You've reached the end of just thinking and suffering inside of yourself with yourself.
I think to myself, what if we never wake up? What if the fools win out here and I never get a chance to fight? Vicky, that's killing me. What if I never get the chance to fight?
Take it now.
What?
Do what you want to. Now.
How can I?
The baby? Hmm?
Yes.
I married you for what you were. And for what you're going to be. Maybe this is what you're going to be.
You couldn't get along.
I will.
Vicky.
You're living.
Oh, Vicky. August. All right.
What? Mr. Adams, your radio on?
No.
I heard it. I think I just heard it. The Jets, they're bombing us someplace. Does that mean we're in this war?
How is it, John?
All right, Chaplain.
The men?
Oh, a few seasick, but they'll be all right, sir.
Been waiting a long time for this.
Yes, sir?
The first invasion barge to get to the continent. That'll be all right, eh, Captain?
Right.
You're married, aren't you, John?
Yes.
Of course. You showed me a picture of your wife and child. Strange. Ever since we started over the channel, all I can remember is something from the book. It's something I used to say to myself back in the days when I doubted whether America would ever wake up to the fight. I've trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in mine anger and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment, for the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. And I looked, and there was none to help.
And I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore mine own arm brought salvation to me, and my fury, it upheld me.
You said it too.
Yes.
And now the greatest crusade of men in history.
I call it a prayer.
I don't...
This whole invasion, Captain, it is a prayer. A prayer and a promise. A prayer to God to help us destroy the evil. And a promise to God that once it is destroyed, we'll never let it happen again. I saw papers from home. There are people saying that the peace is already lost. That what we win will be destroyed by selfish groups of selfish men. I can't believe that. I won't believe it. I have faith in people, in the living God that sings.
One more minute, men.
Oh, boys, this is it. I've thought of this minute.
I have.
Chaplain, will you pray for us?
Yes, of course, soldier. No, John, you say it.
I? All right. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done.
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard This Living Book, written and directed by Arch Oboler. Ronald Coleman was the narrator. The boy was Robert Bailey, the girl Mercedes McCambridge. The original music was composed and directed by Gordon Jenkins. And now Mr. Coleman and his guest, Dennis Day, are standing by to bring Easter greetings to 2 American soldiers at an Allied base in Alaska. Mr. Coleman, the engineer says he's ready.
All right. Now, Dennis, put on these headphones. We're going up the Yukon River to the heart of Alaska, the city of Fairbanks, to bring season's greetings to 2 soldier boys standing by their shortwave receiver in the land of the midnight sun. Ready?
I sure am, Mr. Coleman.
All right, here we go. This is Ronald Coleman and Dennis Day calling Fairbanks, Alaska. Come in, Fairbanks. This is Hollywood calling. Come in, Fairbanks.
Can't you get them, Ronnie?
Well, it doesn't look too promising, Dennis. In 11 weeks of shortwave conversations, we've had only 1 breakdown, so we'll try to complete the circuit again. Come in, Alaska. Hollywood calling. Come in. Say, Dennis, every week we keep our fingers crossed. The shortwave gremlins are unpredictable. No. Not so good, Dennis. The engineer has just handed me a note saying we're unable to get through to Fairbanks, Alaska.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ronnie.
Well, I'm told there's a good chance that the boys at the other end can hear us. So let's make the most of it and send our season's greetings.
That's a good idea.
Right. Hello, Corporal Jim Bastian and Private Bob Gross in Fairbanks, Alaska. Tonight we wanted especially to bring you season's greetings, not merely from Hollywood, but from all America and to all of our armed forces everywhere.
Hello, fellas. This is Dennis Day, and I'm not here tonight getting laughs for Jack Denny. I'm just here to try and bring you some of the things you're missing.
Jim, we know you're from Indiana.
We called your wife, Ruth, and she said you'd probably be missing the spring plowing and the willow trees on the riverbank.
Dennis, how about a little of Indiana for Jim?
I'll try. Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new mown hay sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the wabash, then I long for my Indiana
Well, that was fine, Dennis. I hope that brought Jim back home to his wife and baby for a moment. Now, you, Bob Gross, we called your family in Elkins, West Virginia.
They're well, and they send their love, but they also told us that your sweetheart, Catherine Dillon, misses you.
So, Dennis, since it's spring, and Bob's fancy surely must be turning to thoughts of love, don't you think you can do something about it for Bob?
Well, how's this? I'll take you home again, Kathleen, to where your heart will feel no pain. And when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home Bob, that was about Kathleen, not Catherine, but that was as close as I could get.
Well, fellas, I'm sorry we couldn't hear from you, and better shortwave luck next time. You know, where you are in the heart of Alaska, it's winter for most of the year, and then one day, suddenly, it's spring. Overnight, the whole world comes to life again. That hope, that faith in a world reborn is in all of us this Easter season.
And, fellas, about those flowers for your mothers, we received your request, and we'll follow through for you.
Yes, it was too difficult for you to handle way off there in Alaska, but don't worry. We have your parents' addresses, so both your mothers will get those Easter flowers as usual.
Time's up, Mr. Coleman.
All right, well, time's up, men, so it's goodbye now from Dennis Day and myself, speaking from a grateful home front.
Good night, fellas. I hope I'll be seeing you one of these days.
And you may, if your ship sails up the Yukon. Good luck to you in the Navy, Dennis. And good night, men, and good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, the circuit to Fairbanks, Alaska is broken. Next week, Mr. Coleman and his guest, Miss Ida Latino, will bring you a two-way conversation with two American soldiers in Cairo, Egypt. The play will be an Oboler dramatization of the famous A.J. Cronin book, The Citadel.
Ladies and gentlemen, caring for the needs of fighting men is the watchword of the Red Cross. The spirit of Clara Barton in the Spanish-American War, Florence Nightingale in the Crimea, Nurse Edith Cavell in the last war, and thousands in the present conflict. Brave women all who give their lives to the cause of humanity. You and I stand with them by means of the Red Cross. We must remain beside them until the war is won. Our gifts to the Red Cross are the pledge of our faith in a world reborn. And may I say our thanks to the Electric Autolite Company for relinquishing their regular messages for this Easter program.
This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National...
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Telltale Brand.
The small western community of Eagle's Nest, once a gold rush boom town, still full of interesting landmarks, silent reminders of a hectic, glorious past, had turned into a quiet, peaceful center of small-town trade and commerce. From the Gold Nugget Hotel at one end of its main street to the Silver Slipper Saloon at the other, a handful of men lolled in doorways, stood chatting quietly on street corners. A more careful observer, however, could discover activity, or at least some noise. And it was taking place in the front office of the town's newspaper in the middle of the block. Some of the leading citizens were there listening, and the noise was being made by a tall man named Mark Melville.
Your town is dying on the vine. Now, you men run this place. You, Mr. Betterly, with one of the finest ranches in the West. Henry Malone here with his department store. Chambers and his newspaper. Mr. Conklin, your boss.
Look, mister, we don't even know your name. You can't just walk in here.
Now, let me finish. And the name's Mark Melville. Let me tell you what happened to me. I have a good public relations business in San Francisco. 2 weeks ago, I suddenly got fed up, wanted a rest, a change. I closed up the office, stepped onto a bus, ended up here. No particular reason, just stepped off the bus. You know what happened to me when I walked down your main street? I didn't see a broken-down, has-been community, no, sir. I saw a colorful saloon with swinging doors. I caught the excitement and gaiety that belongs with a place like this. I'd like to see it that way again, and one thing can do it. Publicity, gentlemen, publicity. Promotion.
Publicity? Promotion?
Yes, put on a Frontier Week or an Old Timers Week. Anything we want to call it. Just something to bring people in from miles around. Now, there's 100,000 people within a radius of 75 miles. They'll come, believe me they will. And they'll spend money, too. Why, if necessary, I'd like to fly back to San Francisco and get my own capital to start things rolling.
Oh, no. If we ever do go into a thing like this, we'll pay our own freight.
What sort of things would we do, Mark?
Why, the stunts are endless. We'd give it the works, Western-wise. Put on a rodeo, a carnival. Have a stagecoach race ending up in the middle of town. We'll make a rule, maybe. Everybody wears a 10-gallon hat. Or we could even organize a vigilante committee. Anybody caught with his hat off gets his head dunked in a horse trough.
Wouldn't that be a perfect idea? I don't wear one. Hey, Melville, how much would you want for your services?
Oh, if you insist on a business basis, well, you can give me a percentage of the overall take, say 10, 15%. Have it your way.
15% it is. Boys?
Yeah, that's right.
When can you get started?
Why wait another minute? I'll go back to my hotel, start setting things up right now.
Just a minute, Mr. Melville. Where are you going?
Why, up to my room.
I wouldn't bother. It's locked. I got the key.
I'm not sure that I understand. I get it. I know just what you're thinking.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You're thinking when I stepped off that bus 4 days ago, I was broke.
Exactly.
I want you to do something, Mr. Davis. I want you to go to that telephone there. Pick it up. Call Chambers' paper. Mr. Betterly's there. I want you to ask for him.
Betterly? You know Jim Betterly?
I came here to see him. And not 5 minutes ago, he talked me into a deal worth at least several $1,000. Go on, call him. Get him on the phone. I insist, Mr. Davis. Tell Betterly what you think of Mark Melville. Tell him you don't want me in your hotel. See what he has to say about it. And about me. Well?
Here's your key, Mr. Melville. Oh, Mr. Melville, I'll bring your bag up right away. I locked it in my office.
When you bring it up, bring along a lunch menu. I'm going to be doing some work in my room.
Yes, sir.
It's amusing, isn't it, Mark, how people can be impressed? You've often thought that, given the means, you could change a universe. Only right now, and for several thousand badly needed dollars, you must concentrate on changing Eagle's Nest, putting it on the map as you promised. The next day, you move your headquarters over to the newspaper office. It's while you're at the typewriter pounding out the first publicity release on the Eagle's Nest Frontier Week that you met someone else.
Hello.
Hello. Well, hello.
I'm Helen Wright.
Helen, I'm Mark.
I know. Mark Melville, publicity genius. Going to tell the world about Eagle's Nest.
Isn't it about time somebody did?
Yeah. That is my typewriter you're using.
Oh, well, I'll be through in a minute.
Use it. As long as you like.
Thanks. You, work here on the paper, huh?
Yeah. Thrilling career.
Bitter?
Bored.
Uh-huh. I know the feeling.
What do you do about it?
I generally start looking around for something new to take up my time.
Interesting idea.
It usually works. You like to discuss it sometime?
Maybe.
Live close by?
No. I live out. About 5 miles.
Doing anything tonight?
Wasn't planning to.
Why don't you meet me here in town?
I'm engaged to Jim Betterly.
Oh. Well, I guess that changes things.
Yeah. I'd better meet you out of town.
So now you have 2 things to amuse you, Mark. The Frontier Week plans and Helen. Soon you're seeing Helen every night late, always meeting her out of town so nobody will see the 2 of you together. But a week or so later, you begin to notice 2 things which disturb you. First, Helen is getting more serious. And second, her fiancé, Jim Betterly, is staring at you very curiously these days. And then, just before the Frontier Week opens, it all comes to a head. After the final committee meeting, Jim Betterly waits while the other members leave, and then he comes up to you.
Melville.
Oh, Betterly.
I want to talk to you.
Yeah? I suppose you want to be sure you've got the plan straight.
I got them straight, but that isn't what I want to talk about, Melville.
No?
No. I want to talk about Helen.
Helen?
Yeah, she's engaged to me. That means I'm in love with her and I want to marry her pretty soon.
Why, sure. I hope you do, but...
Melville, all this stuff you've done for the town so far shows you got a lot of brains. You're a pretty clever fella. Just don't get too clever.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, Betterly, but believe me, you've got nothing to worry about as far as Helen's concerned.
I'm glad you said that, Melville. Just don't forget it.
Jim Betterly walks out the door, and you sit there at your typewriter thinking. It doesn't take you long to make up your mind, does it, Mark? One look at Betterly's face a few minutes ago has told you what would happen if he ever found out about you and Helen. You're still sitting there at your typewriter, thinking about it when she walks into the newspaper office and comes over to you. And then suddenly she bends over you.
Hello, darling, darling, darling.
Helen, not here.
Why not?
Betterly just left. He might have seen you.
Let him.
What?
I said let him see me. I'm tired of sneaking around, meeting you out of town late at night.
I thought that was the way you wanted things.
I did at first. I thought I wanted to hang on to Jim then. But now I know I don't. Now I only want you, Mark.
Well, as a matter of fact, Helen, I want to talk to you about us.
Yeah, I've been hoping you would, darling.
I don't think you understand.
Mark, you'll be leaving town after Frontier Week. Take me with you. I'm sick of this stupid little town. Take me to San Francisco, Mark. We can get married there.
San Francisco?
Yeah, that's where we belong. Together.
I'm afraid not, Helen.
What do you mean?
Look, we've had a lot of fun together. But, well, things seem to have gotten a little beyond the fun stage. So I think it'll be best for all concerned if we just called it a day.
Called it a day?
Now, let me get this real clear,
Now,
Mark.
look, let's not.
You want to brush me off?
Helen.
Well, there's something you ought to know, Mark. I don't brush. When there's something I want, I hang on to it. And if you think otherwise, you're in for a lot of trouble.
Trouble? Look, Helen, I don't like threats.
This isn't a threat, darling. It's a fact. Jim Betterly's got quite a temper.
Ha. You're bluffing. He's the last guy in the world you'd tell.
Is he? Well, I think I could explain things to him in a way that might
Look,
be very...
if you go to Betterly with a bunch of lies about us, Helen, I'll tell him the truth.
Will you? And who do you think you'll believe? Me or you?
I see.
Yeah, so do I. And I know just what you're thinking, that you could leave town right now and be in the clear. Well, it wouldn't work. Because once I told Betterly about us, he'd follow you and he'd find you no matter where you went. So think it over, Mark. Better play it my way. It'll be much safer. Much.
With the prologue of Telltale Brand, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Now that the holiday season is over, most of us are settling down to some serious thinking about economy. And economy, that's one place where Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, shines. Of course, if you've lived out west any length of time, you already know that throughout the Pacific Coast states, from Canada to Mexico, Signal has an enviable reputation for mileage. But mileage, mind you, is only half of Signal's story. Just ask any driver who powers his car with Signal gasoline, and you'll find he's equally enthusiastic about Signal's performance, which is only natural, because good mileage and superior performance go hand in hand. Both are the result of the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline coaxes from your motor. That's why if you want to measure gasoline quality, you'll find your best yardstick is your speedometer. It takes extra quality to go farther. And remember, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It had been so simple at the start, hadn't it, Mark? So easy selling the citizens of Eagle Nest on the idea of a Frontier Week celebration. And you looked forward to the day when it would all be over, and you could ride out of Eagle Nest with $3,000 or $4,000 in your pocket for masterminding the affair. Yes, it was a perfect setup. Until you became involved with Helen, Jim Betterly's fiancée. Now there's no telling how much trouble she'll make you. She goes to Betterly with her version of what's happened. And yet you can't leave town. Not before you've collected the money that will be waiting for you at the end of the celebration. You think about it in the days that follow and struggle to reach a decision. Then Frontier Week opens, and you plunge into the 1,001 details of running the affair. You manage to avoid Helen as much as possible. And then on the night of the carnival, as you wander around the grounds, you notice Helen at a distance. She's with a stranger. A man you've never seen before. And then as you watch them...
Albert. What? Oh, Betterly. How's it going?
How's what going?
Why, the carnival?
Pretty good. I want to talk to you a minute, Nova.
Well,
I won't take long. I want to get it off my chest.
Why, how come you're not making the rounds of the sideshows tonight, Betterly?
Because I've been looking for you.
Say, I see you've got a friend to show Helen around.
A friend?
Yeah, I saw her with someone a few minutes ago.
He's no friend. I've never seen him before.
Oh?
Look, Melville.
Hey, grab the tourist, boys. He hasn't got a hat on. Come on, get him over here.
Your vigilantes are doing quite a job, Betterly. That horse trough's gotten a lot of business.
Yeah. Melville, quit changing the subject. What I got to say isn't easy, and I want to get it over with.
All right. What is it?
Last week, you and I had a little talk. Remember?
Yes, but I told you then, Betterly.
I thought you and Helen had been seeing each other.
Look, Betterly.
The last couple of days, I've hardly seen her, and now, tonight, she's with a stranger.
You So you haven't seen her much lately?
No. And, well, maybe I was wrong about you, Melville. I just wanted to tell you I'm sorry for chewing my mouth off the other day.
Why, that's okay, Betterly. Sure, forget it.
It's difficult to hide your surprise and relief, isn't it, Mark? And now it looks like Helen has found a new interest, the stranger. Yes. Suddenly it seems that all your troubles are over, doesn't it? It's almost 2 in the morning when you go back to your hotel room. But then as soon as you close the door, you see it. The note on your pillow. And as you read it, you realize your troubles aren't over after all.
Mark, I must see you tonight. It doesn't matter how late. I'll be expecting you. You'd better not disappoint me. Helen.
Well, it looks like this is the showdown, doesn't it, Mark? 10 minutes later, you arrive at her house. The shades are drawn, but there's a light inside. You open the door and go in. Your eyes flick past the empty bottle on the table to Helen's sullen face. She pokes silently at the coals in the fireplace with a poker and then straightens up and turns to you.
Decided to quit trying to hide from me, huh?
Look, I haven't been trying to hide. I just wanted to get things straightened out in my mind. Anyway, I'm sure your new boyfriend has kept you from getting too lonely.
Boyfriend? What are you talking about?
The guy you were with at the carnival.
Ah, don't make me laugh. He was just in town for the celebration. I never saw him before tonight.
Yeah. You always have made friends easily, haven't you?
Yeah. You pay for that crack. I gave you a few things to think about the other day, didn't I?
Yeah. I've been thinking about them. I've reached a decision.
What is it?
Come end of Frontier Week, I'm leaving town. Alone.
I don't think you will.
I don't think you'll do anything about it.
Jim will kill you when I tell him.
Look, A, I don't think you have enough nerve to tell him. B, even if you do, I don't think he'll believe you now, so just forget it.
Forget it? You're going to take me with you, understand? You're going to take me with...
Take you with me to San Francisco? You must be out of your mind.
You think you're too good for me, don't you? You think I'm just a small-town hick? Well, this is what I think of you.
You shouldn't have done that, Helen. You've had something coming for a long time, and I'm going to
You stay away from me, Mark.
Put that poker down.
It's red hot, Mark.
Oh, you burn me. You burn my chest, will you little...
Moments later, you're standing there in a daze, Mark, staring at Helen's lifeless body on the floor. Then at the angry X-shaped burn on your chest. Finally, your mind begins to clear. You look around the room. There's no sign you've been there. And luckily, you're almost certain nobody saw you leave your hotel. You slip out the front door and look around. There's no one in sight. So you hurry back to your hotel room, rip off your charged shirt, and hide it temporarily in your closet. Then you collapse on your bed. The burn on your chest is throbbing painfully now, but you have no bandages or salve to put on it. So you just lie there staring into the darkness. And then finally, just before dawn, your eyes close from sheer fatigue.
Melville?
Yeah.
This is Sheriff Horton.
What? Yes, Sheriff.
Can you come on over to my office right away?
Why, yes, of course. Is anything wrong?
Yeah, something's wrong.
And you know what he means, don't you, Mark? Helen's murder. Probably this is just routine, but you've got to be on guard. You put on a clean shirt and wince as the cloth brushes against the burn. 10 minutes later, you walk into the sheriff's office. With him are a circle of grim-faced men. Among them, Chambers, Conklin, and Jim Betterly. The sheriff doesn't lose any time questioning you.
Where were you last night, Melville?
Last night? Why, the carnival.
What time did you leave?
Oh, must have been Almost 2. Everything was closing up. Why, Sheriff?
Where'd you go after you left the carnival?
To my hotel room.
Did you leave your room at all after that?
No. Look, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sometime between 2 and 3 this morning, Helen Wright was murdered.
What? Oh, no.
Yeah, and I think you might have had something to do with it, Mobile.
Sheriff, I'm getting sick and tired of this guy throwing nasty accusations at me. 2 weeks ago, he got the crazy idea I was seeing Helen secretly. He even threatened me about it. But you admitted to me yourself, Betterly, that you were wrong just last night.
Yeah, that was before I talked to Joe Merrill.
Joe Merrill? Who's he?
He drives a truck between here and Little Creek every night. He says he's seen Helen riding on the highway more than once lately, and the man she was with looked like you.
Like me? Why, that's...
No, Betterly. Joe didn't make a positive identification. He said it was too dark.
Sheriff, this whole thing is ridiculous. Anyone that says I was ever with Helen is lying.
If I just had one little shred of proof, Melville, just one little shred...
But you don't, Betterly. There's no case against Melville, and you know it. Oh, there's no use arguing among ourselves. If we could just locate that stranger and pick him up, I got a strong hunch he's our boy.
Stranger? You mean the man Helen was with at the carnival last night?
Yeah.
You think he might have been the one who killed her?
Beginning to look that way.
Yeah, Melville dropped out of sight during the night, apparently left town. No trace at all of him.
I think maybe if we could only catch up to him, we'd find the brand Helen slapped on him.
The brand?
Yeah. We found a poker and some charred bits of cloth on the floor beside her body. Looks like she branded her killer.
Oh, I see.
Look, Sheriff, I don't care what Melville says. I still think he's lying.
Now, listen,
I think he was sneaking around trying to see Helen behind her back. Maybe that's how it was. Maybe she refused to see him, so he killed her. If I could just prove you'd been seeing her, Melville.
Betterly, I'm afraid that wouldn't prove much.
What do you mean, Ed?
Well, I'm no particular friend of Melville's here, but all I say is that he was seeing Helen on the sly. He wasn't the first one or the only one.
What are you trying to say, Ed?
Oh, I'm sorry, Betterly, but, well, Helen and I, we were kind of running around together for a while, too.
That's a lie!
No, I'm afraid it isn't, Betterly.
You keep out of this, Conklin.
Oh, Helen and I had a few dates, too.
Helen and you? And Ed?
Yeah? I don't like to say this. Well, I guess it was the same with Ed as me. Just as much Helen's idea as it was ours. That's why I think probably it was this stranger that killed her. Helen had sort of a...
Well, I guess that's enough for now. I'm sorry, Betterly. Melville, I don't think I'll need you anymore. You can go now.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a brief weather forecast. Winter rains ahead. And every rain means more auto accidents. Consider, 1 out of every 5 deaths caused by autos occurs when roads are wet or slippery. Another 1 in 5 deaths occurs when driver's vision is obscured. Fortunately, there are 2 precautions you can take to avoid these hazards. 1, if a worn windshield wiper is leaving streaks across your vision, your signal dealer can install a fine new Rainmaster blade while you wait. And 2, if your tires are worn smooth, signal dealers can now equip your car with new 8-rib Lee Super Deluxe tires. The broader, flatter tread on these new Lee tires guarantees quicker stopping and greater non-skid protection. Well, there you have it. 2 items that can play a big part in helping you prevent an auto accident. So have your signal dealer check your windshield wiper and your tire treads this week. You'll feel a lot better knowing your car is equipped to take you safely through the rainy months ahead. And now back to the Whistler.
It was a stroke of luck you hadn't counted on, wasn't it, Mark? Just when things looked darkest for you, the unexpected character witness, Ed Chambers and Bud Conklin, took the pressure off you, didn't they? The surprising light they threw on Helen's activities makes the missing stranger a very promising suspect in her murder. So now you're as good as in the clear, and it's a very pleasant feeling, isn't it? Even the burn under your shirt, the killer's brand, doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. You follow the men out of the sheriff's office. Betterly stands at the horse trough, staring emptily down at the water. And you go over to him.
Betterly, I'm sorry about what happened, Betterly.
Leave me alone, Melville.
Okay, Betterly.
Hey, what's that bunch of men heading this way for?
Oh, that's the Frontier Week Vigilante Committee.
Vigilante Committee? Well, haven't they heard about what's happened?
I don't know, guess not.
We better call the rest of this Frontier Week off, Melville.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Well, hey, look if it ain't the big boss himself. Looks like the joke's on you, Melville. Come on, take your medicine.
Hey, what is this? Let go of me.
This is Frontier Week, remember? And you don't have your hat on, so you get your head ducked.
Yeah. What? Just a minute. I'll get my head. It's right inside.
Listen to him.
Now, come on, get your shirt off. We're going to duck you.
My shirt?
Sure.
Oh, no. Get your hands up.
What's the matter? Can't you take it when the joke's on you?
I said, get your hands up.
Okay, boys, get his shirt off.
Let go of me. Let go.
Okay, we'll take his shirt off the hard way. Here goes.
The brand. That burn on his chest.
Ed, you better call the sheriff.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Rye Billsbury, Mercedes McCambridge, and William Conrad. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with story by Bob Wright and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed on the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by the Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Metacom presents Arch Oboler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. This is Arch Oboler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
The Immortal Gentleman. A melodrama about something every one of us has thought of at one time or another. If I could only live forever. Our star, Mr. Franch O'Tone, in Arch Oboler's newest radio drama, The Immortal Gentleman.
Beautiful that the hands of the sisters, Death and Night, incessantly, softly remold again and ever again the face of this soiled world.
Don't be frightened, Joan. Please, don't be. Yes, I know I screamed, but don't be afraid for me. I'm all right, really, I am. No, don't say anything. Just listen. The reason that I screamed, it made me happy.
Oh, what are you
I know it
talking?
sounds confused, but I can tell you freely now for the first time since I've known you.
Tell me what?
About what happened. Tell you about myself, and then you'll understand, and then we'll both be happy. Remember, you once said you never could be happy with me.
Oh, please.
No, please, don't say anything. If you do, I'll want to hold you in my arms. And I've got to talk this thing out first. Talk it out from the time before I knew you until a few moments ago when I screamed and frightened you. You know, you were right. I've been a coward. But not of men or things or living. Just of not living. You don't know what I mean, do you? Must I say it? Must I say the word? All right, I will. I've been afraid of death. Yes, believe me, Joan, all my life it was that way. Even as a boy, I couldn't be happy because of him. So one thought was in me all through life. If I could only live forever, if I wouldn't die, if I could only live forever. The thought chasing itself in a never-ending circle. So there was no happiness. And the fear in me was in my face and in my work, and you knew it, and everyone knew it, but they didn't know why.
No.
Tonight, the echo that is still in my ears, I cried out in fear in front of everyone. And I'm going to tell you why I cried out, and then you'll understand me, and why I say I'm free and happy for the first time in my life. And, Joan, if it's too strange to believe, just listen patiently. We were sitting in the auditorium, you and I, the politician up on the stage, talking.
In this coming election, I repeat again, the issue will be clear. An issue made clear by our glorious party. You young men and women...
Sitting there, you next to me, I wasn't listening to him on the stage. I was thinking the same infernal thoughts I thought all my life whenever I was alone. Of him. Him. And then...
Yes, to you. To every one of you here. A challenge that we must accept, face and challenge in turn.
Speaker's voice wasn't the same. I looked up. No, not the same. The other one, an old man, this one young. Couldn't quite see his face, so dark in the hall. Had something happened to the lights? I turned toward you, said, Joan, when did the lights... I stopped. You weren't there. Believe me, not there. Another woman.
Did you speak to me?
She said that. I said, where's Joan?
Joan?
Well, she was sitting right next to me. You have her chair. Where did she... I mean, the young lady who was sitting here, where did she go?
I've been here for hours.
But she was here. Here, I tell you.
Quiet, the speaker.
The time is past for pleadings. The time is past for petitions. We are representative of youth, and youth is the time for action. So we must act.
The speaker, what did he matter? I sat there, couldn't figure it out. You, Joan, where had you gone? Could I have dozed off? You slipped out, and this other woman taken your place? Yet, how strange you're leaving without a word. And then, wind. Wind in the auditorium. I looked up. The sky. No roof. A single star and clouds. No roof. Sleep? No, awake. I got up to go.
No, sit down. No one can leave.
But my friend...
You have sworn to stay. You must.
I sat down. Sworn to stay? What in the world... I sat down.
You know there can be no compromise. There will be no compromise. For if we compromise, we are doomed as they have always doomed us.
Speaker, what did he matter? No roof on the place. Crazy. How could a roof disappear in a moment without... I said to the girl, where's the roof? What's happened to this place? Where are we?
You know.
No? What? Well, I'd get out of the place. I'd find you, Joan. Started to go again with the girl's hand tight on my wrist.
No, don't. You swore to stay.
Swore?
You swore. They swore. He speaks the truth.
But what?
Listen.
Good then now, good friends. Let us put an end to words. This meeting of ours was destined. For 500 years destined.
What was he saying? For 500 years destined? For what?
None of us can say we have moved quickly. For in the meditation of these 500 years has come the essence of truth. A truth that burns bright in the hearts of all of us.
What kind of a political speech was that?
And so an end to words. In this meeting we have spoken words which none dare question. Now the time has come for action which none dare deny us.
The girl leaned close and whispered.
None dare deny us.
Deny us? Deny what? Wanted to yell out just the way I did a few moments ago, but I couldn't. Something about the place, the speaker, people around me. I could only sit there, questions pounding in my head.
Youth is action. Action is youth. We will act together and make ourselves a new world. A better world. Our world.
Meeting over. Everyone getting up. The girl said...
Come with me.
Where?
You know.
I know. crowd pressing around me. Dark, strange faces. Young, angry faces. None of my friends. My friends? Well, where were they? Joan, where were you? The auditorium in ruins. As she led me out, I saw that. It was madness. Yet a strangely intriguing madness, so I walked with her. Led me through a door. I could hear voices. She said,
"Stand here a moment. I want to talk to you. Tell me, why do you act so strangely? Don't you want to go through with it?"
"Through with what?"
"There. That's what I mean. You talk as if you don't know."
I couldn't speak. Stood there.
It's a glorious morning for all of us. We've waited 500 years, some of us, for this.
500 years? What was she... I said, 500 years?
Well, perhaps not you, but I've waited 350 myself.
What did you say?
350 years, and now I can't wait another moment. The thought of another empty day suffocates me.
Am I insane or you?
Insane? I don't know the word.
Out of your head. You or I?
You are a strange one. And yet you came here. Why?
Well, to hear a speech?
So, to hear but not to act, eh? You will. You will. All of us will.
And then... the moonlight from under a cloud, and then... her face. I saw her face clearly for the first time. Hers was a loveliness beyond the word. 16, 17, she couldn't have been more. Freshness of the morning. And yet her eyes, old, bright, wise. So strange, her old eyes in that young face. I stood there, staring at her.
I tell you this, if one of us fails, we all fail, and that can't happen. Remember that. Now come. They're waiting.
Followed her. A room, quite dark. Many people in it.
Quiet, please. Quiet. There is little time to waste. We will now draw lots. Each of you take a paper as the box is passed. Most of the slips are blank. Only 24 are numbered. Whoever draws a numbered slip stays. The others go.
Slips? Draw lots? What was this? Draw lots for what? Someone came close, held out a box. The girl said...
Take a paper.
I did. She did. The others did. She said...
Look at the slip.
I did. A number, 11. She said...
Good. I, too.
Held out the paper in her hand. I saw the number 12 on it.
You and I. You and I.
She and I, what?
All those without numbers leave. All those without numbers leave.
The push of bodies around me. And in a moment, there were only a few left. The girl at my side, motionless.
Now we can risk lights.
And in a moment, lights began to glow. I stood there, blinking, and then I saw 24 people in that room, men and women. 24, I counted them, and all of them looked alike. Yes, alike, I tell you, men and women. And their faces as the girls. 24 faces alike as copies of pictures strung along the wall. They, in turn, were staring at me.
Who is he?
A voice said.
Who is he?
Another said.
I've never seen him before. Who is he?
They came close around me.
Not one of us. Who is he? Who is he? Not one of us.
All those faces alike, staring, talking, staring, talking. The girl spoke. I knew it was she because her hand was on my arm.
Leave him alone. He is an Atavar.
An Atavar?
Oh, an Atavar. Atavar? What was an Atavar? I wanted to speak, but she spoke.
He'll be all right. I'll see to that.
But an Atavar is unpredictable.
But I tell you, he'll be with me. He drew 11. I drew 12. He'll be with me.
But they're undependable, you know that. Never can tell about an Atavar.
But I'll take care of
Never
him.
can tell.
I'll take care of him.
They stood there arguing about me, Joe. Yes, arguing about me. Whether I could, whether I would, whether I was reliable, unreliable. And always that word Atavar. Atavar? Atavar? Mad dreams or mad adventure, whatever it was, I didn't know. Their argument stopped. Apparently, the girl had won. The leader said...
All right, Atavar. You will be with her. Now, all of you listen. This Atavar is with us, and with us he'll stay until it's ended.
Ended? Ended? What had begun? What would end?
One question, Atavar. What is your age?
My age? You want to know my age?
Well, didn't you hear, Atavar? What is your age?
The girl said...
Tell him.
My age is 25.
What did you say?
25.
Do not joke. Tell us your age.
I told you, 25. For a moment, no one spoke. They looked at each other, shook their heads slowly, shoulders shrugged.
An Atavar, just an Atavar.
The girl said...
Don't worry, any of you. I'll take care of him. He'll do as he's told.
Do as he's told? Do what? Told to do what? I wanted to open my mouth. Then I didn't, because the leader said...
All right. Our last word. There are 24 of you. 12 pairs. Each pair will go out together. If one fails, the other will succeed.
But when?
Now, at once. We have waited long enough for them. I alone have waited 400 years.
And I 200.
300.
I 425. 300.
I understood. Like a blow on the head, I understood. These people, mad. That was it. Talking of living hundreds of years. Out of their heads, all of them. Listening to them, I knew that.
340 years. I've waited 170 years.
And that explained the likeness of their faces. Some sort of weird interbreeding of a family resulting in feeble-mindedness. Well, how did I come among them? Went outside. The girl with me. Everyone going off in pairs. Their faces tense, angry. Going off to some strange madness. The girl said,
"Wait here. I'll get what we need, then we'll keep our appointment. Wait here."
Joan, believe me, as she went off into the darkness, leaving me there alone, I swear my head was spinning as if it were on a pivot. And as it spun, the thoughts in my head spun with it.
Madness, dream, madness, dream, madness, dream, madness, dream, madness, dream, madness, dream.
What was happening to me? And then a thought. Had what I'd feared all my life happened at last? Had I died? Joan, I remember the wind suddenly was cold about it. But I was colder. Dead? Was I? And then someone was standing by me. Not the girl, but a man. Smooth, young, handsome face with those old, wise eyes looking at me. He said,
"You have not started yet, Atavar?"
No.
Strange, I've never seen you before. There are so few Atavars. You know, generally they are not permitted to develop.
And looking at him, I knew I was alive. Of course. And dream? This was no dream.
Yes, there are so few Atavars.
I said, Atavar? Atavars? What the devil are Atavars?
You are a strange one.
Well, tell me, what are Atavars? Why call me an Atavar?
Well, because you are. You're not like us, you know. You are a throwback to the individualistic, unconditioned, embryonic development.
What?
But then, of course, you don't understand, do you? No, an Atavar wouldn't.
Well, tell me.
It is strange that they should have permitted you to develop and not to have explained to you the difference.
What difference?
What? Once in every 2,000 births, and that means once in every 2,000 years, we don't have many new ones in this world, you know, something happens in the incubation process. And instead of one of us perfected ones, one of you develops. A throwback to ancient times, an imperfect creature out of the past. In other words, an atavism. Understand? An atavism.
Atavism? Atavar? Atavism? What the devil's name was this? But he kept talking. He said,
"Yet, Atavar though you are, life must be miserable for you as it is for the rest of us."
Life? Miserable?
Well, of course. Why else would you have joined with us? Oh, this is going to be a glorious night for us. But not for them.
I don't understand exactly what you...
Of course not. Things would be confused for the Atavar mind, wouldn't they? That's the infernal trouble with our minds. Things are much too clear and concise and understandable. And they bred all the confusion out of us a long time ago. Well, now they'll pay for it.
Please, tell me...
Just look at me. I've lived just a handful of years, 250.
He said that, Joan. Yes, believe me, 250 years.
And yet, believe me, Atavar, I'm weary unto the death we'll never know.
Death we'll never know.
What good is there in it for any of us living forever?
Living forever.
For the first 50 years of our lives, they condition us. All right. We come out with our brains filled with all knowledge of all time. Paragons all. Geniuses all. But what good does it do us? What good? Always they are in the way.
They?
Look, Atavar, you can't be so completely a fool or they would never have let you out. They are the old ones. And what is interesting and exciting in the world, they do. They and no one else. And we who came after them, after they conditioned the world against sickness, illness, age, and death, we have nothing left to do.
I see.
They hold the key positions. They. And we stand by and grind the weary years away in nothingness. A world of youth full of the want to do, and there's nothing to do. And yet there are worlds out there where we might go, but again they stand in our way and say, no, it shouldn't be done. They, the old ones, all around us, holding us down, giving us everlasting life, and then giving us nothing to live for. But this night will change it. You and I and the rest of us 24. Well, here comes your partner, and I must go with mine. Goodbye, Atavar. Good luck.
He was gone. And then the girl at my side, under her arm, a small black box.
All right, we can go now.
She took my arm. We walked along. In almost a moment, we were in a straight, broad street. Straight, shiny, glistening, bright with a light I've never seen. A quiet, empty street. Clean, bright, and strange, as if in a dream. A dream? This was no dream. And then she said...
In here.
We stepped up on a platform, part of the sidewalk. It was moving, carrying us swiftly. Swiftly down the street. An escalator, moving sidewalk, I don't know what. Faster, faster, things rushing by. Strange towering buildings. And then I heard that she was talking to me.
I saw you talking to Aro. He has the easy one. We've a hard one.
250 years, he said.
Aro? Yes, that's true.
Lived 250 years?
It isn't much, I know. You must be older. Or are you? Hard to tell with an Adavar.
How old are you?
I? 400. 400 years, but not of living.
What do you mean?
You know. They, with all their years. Before we were born, they took the work of the world, and what is left for us? To wander up and down, pretty ornaments with empty lives. But they forgot one thing. They left ambition in us. And this night we'll find a place to use it.
How?
Adavar, you are a fool. You know and yet you don't know. How can we find a place for ourselves as long as they do as they please? Listen. In the very ancient world, men lived a few years and then died. And they thought that was horrible, but that was good. For when they died, there was a place for youth. Yes. One would fall in his place, and a young one took his place. Sometimes he did better than the one who had gone before, so the world progressed. But now no one falls, no one dies. And so the old ones stay and stay and stay, and we, the young ones, have no place. And when we want to make a place, the old ones say no.
The thing we were riding climbed higher. Higher. And still she talked.
We pleaded and petitioned, and they do not listen. So tonight we act. You and I, Adavar, one of 24.
Act?
By turning back the time to when men died and gave the younger ones their place.
What?
The wrong of each man died with him when he died in that old world. And so tonight we'll see that wrongs are given their belated rest.
How?
You and I, Adavar, we'll do our part. Up there.
She was pointing up. I looked up to where the building ended. In a cloud.
She sits up there. 5,000 years she's lived every day since the day science shut out death. 5,000 years, but tonight we begin to live. Here.
Into my hand she thrust the black container. I said, "What?"
You do it. You. In the moment we reach the spire, she'll come out all smiles and happiness. They can be happy, the old ones who have the work. Do it then, you must.
What?
Throw it at her, and she'll be free of life, and we'll be free of life without living. You'll do it, Adavar, you will. Throw it at her.
Throw it? What? The thing in my hands? What did she mean, to free that person up there from life? The weight in my hands. Then, suddenly I realized, some kind of explosive. She expected me to throw it at that person up in the tower. Me to kill.
You will. You will.
No. No. The word tore through my head, and with it tore away confusion. I knew. I understood. This was the world of the future, where science had doomed the death I feared. Men lived forever, and these young ones had no chance. And now they were out to kill and make their chance, and I was to kill for them, with them.
You will. You will. You will.
No.
You will.
Not
you will.
my world. Not
you will.
mine.
You
I
will.
go back.
You will.
I'm saying that. I
You will. There she is, the matriarch. Throw it. Throw it.
I won't kill. Not I won't.
Give it to me. Give me that. Give me that.
No! I jumped. Falling. I was falling through the horrible space of that horrible future. Down and down and down. The glistening sides of the building rushing past me. Down. Twisting. Clawing at the air. Down and down. And then I remembered in my arms that explosive. I tried to throw it, but my hands tight around it. I couldn't unlock them. The ground coming up. I screamed. And there I was. Sitting next to you. In the hall where I'd been before. The politician up on the stage. My friends around me. You next to me, frightened at my cry. And the roof quite intact above me. So here it ends, Joan. Sitting there, I stepped ahead in time until a day when men had conquered death. And so somehow I'm not afraid of him, the one at my shoulder anymore, because I think it's good that men should live, then die, and so end the evil in them and give their place to others. Tell me, Joan, do you agree?
Beautiful that the hands of the sisters, death and night, incessantly, softly remold again and ever again the face of this soiled world.
America's boyfriend. His face was known everywhere, from South Dakota to Saudi Arabia. Those mischievous eyes, that lovable teenage grin, the lock of blonde hair over his forehead. Remember First Love, his most popular movie? His freckled face was on billboards everywhere in 4 colors. Dickie Keith, that bad boy who steals your heart. That bouncing, laughing, wisecracking, all-American boy. It's funny. Every picture of Dickie that could be found was like that one. The police are looking for a murderer's face that doesn't exist. When he came into the kitchen that morning, I didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for him. I was too busy to do either. I had to fix breakfast, get the kids washed and dressed and fed, and be at work by 9. Between putting the coffee on the perk and getting the bobby pins out of my hair, I kept glancing at his calypso pants and monogrammed T-shirt and the tennis racket under his arm. Maybe I said the wrong things. I guess I've been saying the wrong things for a long time.
Coffee ready yet?
What are you dressed up as? Juvenile delinquent?
Oh, I got a call from the studio yesterday. I told you, Harry Landman wants to see me.
What's he got, amnesia? Did he forget the last picture you made was so bad it smelled up the theaters before it was taken out of the can?
Just black for me.
You know, maybe if you grow up, you might get a job again.
Oh, wait till I see Harry today. He just bought The Sidewalk to Nowhere. Terrific book about a teenage murderer. I'll convince him I'm not too old for the lead. How old does he think I am, anyway?
Oh, please, Dickie. He's got your Social Security card.
All right. So I'm 31.
33.
Time certainly flies.
Doesn't it? Married to me 4 years already. Parents of a bright 2-year-old boy. And if you'd like any more vital statistics, you've been out of work for more than 3 years.
This coffee tastes like formaldehyde.
Well, that's the best we can afford. What time's your appointment?
Don't worry. I'll leave Lumpy with Mrs. Vogel for a few hours.
Be sure you wait for the laundry man first.
Okay, you support me. You pay the bills. If you like, I'll do the laundry myself.
I'm sorry, Dickie. I'm all tied up in knots. That last check that I gave the supermarket bounced. Our credit is down the drain.
Is that all?
No, and Lumpy, I know he's a lot of trouble for you to take care of.
No trouble. No, the park's peppered with kids his age.
What do you do there? Just...
Oh, he's been talking since he was 11 months. That...
What is it, just silent? Separate words. I mean, he's just put together his first real sentence. Funny the way he keeps repeating it.
Well, maybe you're right at that. Maybe I ought to wear something more dignified. Get Lumpy ready while I change.
Come on, Lumpy. You can't dawdle over your breakfast this morning. And if you want to go with Daddy.
Daddy, go see Pretty Lady. Go see Pretty Lady.
Who is she, Lumpy?
Go see Pretty Lady.
The first time he said it was a week ago. It hit me right between the eyes. His first sentence. Something to cherish to put in his scrapbook with his first tooth and a curl from his first haircut. His first sentence. Go see Pretty Lady. It burned in my mind all day long. But it burned deeper that night when Mrs. Vogel delivered Lumpy herself. Dickie hadn't picked him up as he was supposed to. After I got Lumpy to bed, I canvassed the neighborhood bars by phone. Nothing. Then I just sat and waited, my insides gnawed by fear and anxiety and plain old-fashioned jealousy. Then about 10 o'clock, the front door opened, and there he was. He swayed in the doorway. There was blood drying on his face. His eyes looked stupid and beaten. The only reason he was able to stay on his feet was the hand steadying him from behind, the big, powerful hand of Harry Landman. Dickie took one step inside, and then he pitched forward. The table crashed to the floor with him.
I'm sorry, Jean.
Oh, Harry, what happened?
Came to my house a couple hours ago. Lucky I wasn't alone. Should have heard of the things he called me. I wouldn't let my own mother-in-law talk to me that way.
Oh, but he didn't mean it, Harry. He must have been drinking.
Yeah, that's what I thought till he grabbed the poker from the fireplace and tried to kill me. Me, who feels like a father to the boy.
He tried to kill you?
Me and my houseman had to beat him right down into his shoes before he quit trying.
Oh, he must have been drunk.
Oh, he's out of his head. I could put him away for 10 years for this.
Harry, what did you tell him at the studio this morning?
The truth. Once and for all, that he's washed up. Now, if you're smart, you'll get him out of this town, take him back east where he can be himself.
Himself?
Where he can grow up. Where he can get a job without his pride getting all mixed up in it. Here in Hollywood, he can't stop being America's boyfriend. He's turning into a full-fledged schizophrenic, a homicidal maniac.
You're afraid of him. Of Dickie.
I'm telling you, he's dangerous. He tried to kill me.
That's really funny. You're afraid of this thing you created, this lovable, tap-dancing monster. This horrible spirit of you.
You're blaming me?
For years you kept him a teenager. You didn't let him grow up. You made this stunted thing out of him because there was money in it.
He made plenty of money himself.
And he spent it faster than he made it. Oh, he lived the part all right. It was cute how irresponsible he was.
Look, Gene, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you. Get him out of my hair. Take him back east anywhere. But do it inside of 24 hours.
Oh, what?
Well, I'll bring charges against him for assault with intent to kill.
You're forgetting something, Harry. I'm only his wife. I don't have much influence with him.
24 hours.
He's got other attachments in Hollywood besides his family.
Another woman?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know. I heard about her from somebody. Somebody who won't talk.
Well, that's a problem I can't help you with, Gene. That's strictly your problem. Just remember, 24 hours or I'll charge him with attempted murder.
I tried to help Dickie up, but he pushed me off. He made his way to the bedroom like a bulldozer, knocking over a lamp, a chair, anything in his way. He sprawled face down on the bed, and for a long time I could hear his heavy breathing. I don't know what time it was when I fell asleep on the sofa, but in the morning, a little before 7, I looked in. He was gone. I left Lumpy with Mrs. Vogel, but I didn't go to work. I tried a dozen bars, 3 Turkish baths, every alleged friend he had. By noon, there was still no trace of him, so I went back to Charlie's and sat down at the end of the bar. Charlie shuffled toward me, his eyes refusing to meet mine.
Mrs. Keith, I'm sorry. You're wasting your time here.
Listen, I've got to find Dickie. It's terribly important, Charlie. He couldn't just disappear into thin air.
The air in this town ain't as thin as you think.
Well, if you try, maybe you can remember something. Somebody he's been in here with. Oh, Charlie, please tell me who that woman is.
You mean the dame he was with last night?
Last night? He came back here last night?
Yeah, around 2 in the morning. They was just sitting together right here. Yeah, that's all I know.
What did she look like, Charlie? Could you describe her?
Well, to me, Mrs. Keith, the dames that come in here, they all look as much alike as a row of bar stools.
Was she tall or short?
kind of in between.
Well, was she a blonde or redhead or brunette? What?
I'll remember.
Well, she had hair, didn't she?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She had dark hair.
Oh, thanks, Charlie. That's something, anyhow. At least I know she has hair. She isn't a midget. At 5 o'clock, I gave up. There was only one thing to do, see Harry Landman and explain that Dickie disappeared and that there was really nothing to worry about. Harry lived up above the strip. I climbed a steep incline, made a sharp turn that almost broke my steering gear, and there it was, a low pink house sitting back against the hillside. There was an ugly iron dog beside the front door. I went to the door and I pushed the bell, and somehow I knew that the man who answered the door didn't belong in that house.
Yes?
I'm Mrs. Keith. I must see Mr. Landman right away.
You want to see me?
I didn't wait. I brushed right past him into a dim hall, and I stopped dead. Whatever it was that had been holding me together all day snapped. I closed my eyes to shut myself in darkness, but the thing I saw was still there, as if painted on the inside of my eyelids. It was Harry Landman, face down on the floor, with a knife sticking out of his back. It was a beautiful knife. It had a carved pearl handle about 4 inches long. It seemed to grow bigger as I stared at it, until it crowded everything else out of my mind, until it floated there, huge, in my nightmare. Then a small gray-haired man touched my elbow, and the knife got smaller, like a punctured balloon, and I knew it wasn't a nightmare. It was a knife sticking out of Harry Landman's back. I'd never seen a corpse before, not even a dead grandmother. I thought I was going to be sick. I was helped gently into a chair. The room was hot and stuffy with cigarette smoke. 3 other men were busy there, working as calmly and thoroughly over details as bookkeepers in an office.
We've been looking for you, Mrs. Keith.
For me?
My name is Carlson. Homicide. Actually, we're looking for your husband. Thought you might be able to tell us something.
Oh, he didn't do it.
Any idea where he is?
Well, he couldn't commit murder. He couldn't. He's not the kind who could do a terrible thing like that.
Look, after 20 years' experience, Mrs. Keith, I know what kind of people commit murders.
What kind?
Murderers.
But you're wrong about Dickie. You don't know Dickie Keith the way I do.
I know quite a few things already. I know that he threatened to kill Mr. Landman. I know he even attempted to.
But he didn't mean it.
It looks like he did.
Oh, you don't understand. He was out of work. He was trying to cope with all the responsibilities of a family. He was always trying to cover up for a feeling of insecurity.
If you don't mind, let's leave Freud out of this, huh? I'm no psychiatrist. I'm a cop. My job is to put together the facts.
But there's more than facts. There's the truth.
The truth is he's disappeared. Now, why?
Well, maybe to look for a job.
He wasn't looking for a job early this morning.
Early this morning?
When Harry Landman was killed.
Well, there is somebody who knows where Dickie was then.
Who's that?
It's a woman. And you've got to find her.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Can you give us any information about her? Description?
She has dark hair and she's medium height.
Well, go on.
That's all I know.
Mrs. Keith, that description fits about half the women in this town.
Yes, but there must be some way that you could trace her.
Don't count on it, Mrs. Keith. That knife's been identified by Mr. Landman's secretary. Well, you recognize it, don't you? Landman brought it back from Hawaii a few years ago. Gave it to your husband for his birthday.
Listen, I know how she can be traced. I know how she can be traced. That woman who can prove that Dickie's innocent. No, there's somebody who has seen her, who knows her. And if Lumpy sees her again, he'll recognize her.
Okay. Just tell me who Lumpy is and I'll go have a talk with him.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because he can't talk. I mean, he's a 2-year-old. It's my child.
Oh, now, look, Mrs. Keith.
No, you've got to listen to me. Since I got a job, Dickie's been taking care of him. Well, don't you see, he was meeting her somewhere, but he had Lumpy along. And she made quite an impression. The pretty lady, that's what Lumpy calls her. His first sentence, he's just learning to talk, and that's the first time he put a kind of sentence together. Go see pretty lady, that's what he says whenever he knows that Dickie's taking him out. Well, if he sees the pretty lady again, he can identify her. Well, you see, we could take Lumpy to the park where Dickie took him every single morning, and we could start from there. It's a chance. Maybe 1 in 1,000, but it's worth trying.
Mrs. Keith, this beats anything I ever heard in 20 years on homicide. Every case, we get crazy information. We get tips from psychopaths, confessions from cranks. But this beats
All
the
right.
whole...
All right, I'll find her myself. I will. I'll find her myself. Know where we're going, Lumpy? To see the pretty lady.
With Daddy?
No, just us.
Go see pretty lady.
Uh-huh. Now, which way, Lumpy? Which way do we go?
Go see pretty lady.
For a moment, feeling the warm early morning sun and hearing the same normal voices of children in the park, I decided I was out of my mind. It was crazy to think I could find her that way, dragging Lumpy into it, using a 2-year-old to track her down. And he seemed to forget all about it, attracted by the more immediate joys of the sand pile. A couple of hours went by, and then Lumpy came trotting over to me with his one sentence.
Go see pretty lady.
That was it. The pretty lady didn't come to the park. Lumpy and his father visited her. But where? Maybe in the neighborhood. It was worth a try. Anything was worth a try. Dickie might be a crazy, mixed-up kid and a faithless husband, but one thing I knew for sure, he was not a murderer. How about this street, Lumpy?
Go see pretty lady.
On this street, Lumpy? This the street where pretty lady lives? I turned up cross streets, I circled blocks, I drove on until Lumpy began to get restless and lose interest. How about this street, Lumpy? Darling, when we get to the pretty lady, do you know what we're going to have? Chocolate ice cream and marshmallow cookies and toys?
Hey, lady!
Where? I slammed my foot down on the brakes. The way Lumpy bounced off the seat, the way his eyes got wide with expectation, I knew that I was in luck. He pulled me like a puppy on a leash. He pointed to a house across the street, an old house. The downstairs was used as an interior decorator studio.
Pretty lady!
We were just getting out of the car when I swung Lumpy around and slammed the door. The woman coming out of the house was a pretty lady, all right. It's a very pretty lady, of medium height, with dark hair. As soon as I left Lumpy with Mrs. Vogel, I hurried back. The sign downstairs read, Maurice Byrne, Fine Interiors. I went in. A tall man with a blunt nose came toward me. The deep, regular waves in his yellow hair must have taken plenty of time and attention. And he had an off-balance smile like a man with something stuck in his teeth.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking for the woman who lives upstairs. I don't remember her name.
Upstairs?
Yes.
There are 3 apartments upstairs.
3?
One is occupied by Joe Courtney, an electrician. He threw his wife out a few months ago. I don't think she's back yet.
Well, what about the other 2?
Well, there's Farley McLean and his wife.
Is she an attractive woman?
The last time I saw Mrs. McLean, she had an ugly gash running the length of her throat and up one side of her face, as if someone had slashed her with an axe.
With an axe?
There are a couple of old hams who get an occasional bit part in pictures. They're always practicing makeup. Don't go near them at night.
No, the woman I'm looking for, she has dark hair.
Oh? A beautiful woman with an expensive look?
You know her?
Not yet. She's new here. She still ignores me, which should give you an idea of how discriminating she is.
So I wonder if you could tell me her name and where I could get in touch with her right now.
I'm afraid not. How do I know you're not serving a summons or maybe a bill collector?
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. This is something very personal, but it's terribly important. Really, I must find her for her own good, as well as for somebody else's, somebody that she can help. And if I don't find her, the police will.
Her name is Alice Evans. She's a model at Maison Chic, the exclusive dressmaker.
The saleswomen were a little startled when I walked past them toward the dressing room. The way my hair was blown, I looked like a neglected sheepdog. She glanced up at me from a long mirrored table where she was putting the finishing touches on her street makeup. Yes? I'm Dickie's wife.
Congratulations. Who is he?
Oh, please, I know everything. And you're the only person who can save him.
Save him from what?
I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but Dickie's facing a murder charge, and you've got to tell the police that he was with you when Harry Landman was killed.
What is this, a gag? You've got me mixed up with a couple of other women.
Please, I'm only thinking of Dickie.
I don't know your husband. I never laid eyes on him.
If you care anything about him.
Me? Why did you pick on me? Of all the women in this town, why me?
If you don't go to the police, I will, and I'll tell them everything.
I tell you, I don't know your husband. I never saw him. I never spoke a word to him.
I understand how you feel,
You do. Then be a good girl and go away.
Listen, if you don't want to get involved, your name might be kept out of it. I'm sure that the police would cooperate. Just tell me, where were you and Dickie that night?
You're raving mad.
If I could find somebody else who saw him there, you won't be dragged into this at all.
I'm getting out of here.
No, not till you tell me what happened. Oh. My head throbbed. I remembered the lovely crystal bottle in her hand, and then a couple of saleswomen were helping me to my feet. I was reeking of cologne and spattered with broken glass, and Alice Evans was gone. She was obviously panic-struck, and I had the press disadvantage, so I hurried back to her house. The hall was dark, and I struck a match to look at the names on the mailboxes, and then I felt the gun in my back.
Why don't you leave me alone?
You were with Dickie that night, and you can't help him.
I don't know your husband, but you know plenty about me, don't you? You know enough to come looking for me here.
Oh, where else would I look? You live here.
I live in a pink house in the hills with an iron dog at the front door.
But that's Harry Landman's. You. The door seemed closer as if it moved. The door from the hall to Maurice Byrne, Fine Interiors. It was crazy and desperate and clumsy the way I knocked the gun aside and got through the door. Hurry! Oh, hurry, get the police. He killed him.
Don't be silly, Mrs. Keith. She's the first one the police checked and double-checked. They know she was in Las Vegas that night. Lock the door, Alice.
You said there was nothing to worry about.
There isn't.
Why did she come here looking for me?
I'm not sure. I can't figure out what she knows.
You said there wouldn't be any suspicion. You had a made-to-order fall guy, a perfect dupe.
Fall guy? Dickie?
You're a clever woman, Mrs. Keith. I don't know how you managed to trace Alice here, but it was clever. In a suicidal way.
I've seen you somewhere long ago.
Of course. In one of Dickie's early pictures. He came walking by here with Lumpy a few months ago. The first time I saw him in years.
And I know why he kept coming back.
He was lonely. He needed somebody sympathetic to talk to. About how he hated Landman. How Landman had given him a dirty deal. And one day he brought in that beautiful pearl-handled knife.
Here.
Wanted to know if it was worth $50 if I could use it in some decorating scheme.
Then you killed Landman. It was you.
$50. Such ingratitude. A knife that Harry Landman gave him as a birthday present. Do you know how much that knife was worth to Alice and me? $200,000. Left by her late, unlamented husband.
And who would believe Dickie?
Of course, it wasn't as decorative as, say, this silver candlestick.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry you traced her here.
No.
Sometimes the less people know, the smarter they are.
No! I saw the blood trickle down the sand and onto the candlestick. And the next thing I knew, the police were looking down at me over the edge of a dark, deep well. Only it wasn't a well, it was an elegant sofa at Maurice Byrne, Fine Interiors.
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Keith. When you feel better, I guess you and your husband can go home together.
Dickie?
Everything's okay, Gene. I even picked up Lumpy on the way here.
Well, how did you... I mean, where...
I was running away from everything. When I heard the police were looking for me, I came back.
Funny thing, we had a man following you, Mrs. Keith, since you left Landman's house. Thought you might lead us to your husband. Instead...
Pretty lady.
Where, Lumpy?
Oh, see, pretty lady.
Where? Oh. No. No, it can't be.
That's the only pretty lady Lumpy ever saw around here, Gene.
That portrait on the wall?
was going to be a surprise. A painter, Burn-Nose, did it from a photograph of you.
Me?
It was going to be a birthday present.
Me? The pretty lady I was looking for.
Yeah, it set me back $50. I sold that pearl-handled knife to Byrne to get the $50 to pay for it.
In which Miss Mercedes McCambridge starred in America's Boyfriend.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. One prankish little fellow whom we shall call maniac, for lack of a stronger word, just set fire to the walls. He said a closed room made him feel confined. As a result, 4 other characters are slightly burned up now. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Corpse for Halloween, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Jimmy with Barry Kroger as Kavanaugh. And now, let's unhinge our minds a little. After all, what's a little insanity among friends? Tonight's story dramatizes the fanatical hold of memory. The one scene, the one fragment that plays and replays over and over again in your mind. The one terror that's with you when you dine and when you walk and when you sleep.
Sleep. Who can sleep? I'm here in the 35-cent flop, but I'm in the Burma jungle. Watching a scene that never gets stale, even though it's 5 years old. I can hear sounds travel across the brush. I pick them up as if I'm a receiving set. Animal sounds. And I see, as if my eyes are in the sky, I see 2 grim figures standing with their rifles aimed at a pair of jungle beasts. A tiger and its mate in a crouch, ready to jump. They fire point blank together as if by signal. So good. They miss. The beasts roar and leap. I hear them scream out, Kavanaugh and Dr. Dolan. Just before they die. 5 years. And you've been everywhere trying to forget. And you almost do forget. But it edges right back into your mind by itself. Like when a guy suddenly sneaks up on you in the night.
Do you have a match?
What?
Do you have a match?
Oh, yeah, sure. You popped up on me so suddenly.
You're a nervous man. Thank you. I have a parcel with me. For you.
For me? What are you kidding?
No. I have a parcel for you. Here, take it.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait! But he's gone. Just the way he came. As if he's a chip off my sanity. As if there'd been nobody. But there is a package left with me. The mind doesn't dream up a package. A cardboard box, heavy kind of. And tissue, lots of tissue around something that had the feel of a head. It is a head. The stuffed head of a jungle tiger. Its mouth fixed in a snarl that sends the blood hammering to my head. Doesn't make sense. No good figuring it out. Toss it into the river, box and all, and get away. Get among people. Yeah, Rocco's. Go to Rocco's. Get the jukebox going and slip into a fog. Coffee, Rocco. Jimmy, I got something for you. For me, Rocco? A package. The guy come in before and leaves a package for you. See? With Jimmy Fox. Your name on it. My name? My name's Jimmy Scott. You know that. Scott, yes, but the man says your name is also Jimmy Fox. He says he knows. He knows? I took the package outside into the night, into an alleyway. Another cardboard box, heavy. And tissue, lots of tissue around something that had the feel of a head. It was a head, but not a tiger's this time. It was a human skull. It shone with a hard white light where the moon touched it. And then it seemed to speak.
Do you have a mask?
What?
You're being an idiot. It isn't the skull talking to you, it's me.
You? Where are you?
I'm behind you.
I don't see you.
It's because you're afraid to. See me now?
Yeah. A black suit and a face grinning at me like a laughing mask.
It is a laughing mask.
Well, why are you wearing a mask?
Why not? Tonight's Halloween.
Halloween? Sure. Halloween. Not everybody plays jokes. Oh, gosh, I should have remembered it was Halloween.
Can you identify the skull?
Look, what kind of a gag are you trying to...
Suppose I give you an hour to identify the skull. It's 8 now. Until 9 o'clock then, Jimmy.
Wait! Hey, wait! It was gone again. As if there'd been nobody. Just another big chip off my sanity. I really had to get away from myself now. I hit the back streets, and then somewhere a big neon sign across a tenement pulled me off the sidewalk. It read, the Tillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume ball. Public invited. A girl in a booth, masked like a witch, stopped me at the door.
Mask, mister?
Mask. Oh, sure. Give me one.
Black, green, yellow, or purple? What's your favorite color?
Yellow.
Here you are. 50 cents.
There you are.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Just a description left with me. I'd almost forgotten. Are you Jimmy Fox?
Suppose I was Jimmy Fox. What about it?
This grocery bag was left here for you. A man told me to tell you. You forgot it somewhere. And he said that he'd meet you one place or another later. Here, take it. By the shape of it, I'd say you had a Halloween pumpkin inside.
What if I told you there was a human skull inside that grocery bag? He'd meet me one place or another. He did. He was under a street lamp, waiting for me to happen along.
Hello, Jimmy. Have you dared to call the skull by name yet? Or must I?
Look, that gag isn't paying off, mister. All right, go ahead. You call it by name.
Dolan. Boxer Dolan. Remember him?
I never knew the guy. You no doubt got me confused.
Have I, Jimmy? You've changed your appearance cleverly, except for one thing disguise could never conceal.
One thing?
Your guilt. You wear it like a badge of shame.
Oh, what am I guilty of?
Murder. 2 men left an encampment in the Burma jungle just before dawn. 2 men. Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh. The 3rd man remained behind. He played sick, pretended to fever. The 3rd man was you, Jimmy. Must I tell you the rest?
Tell me the rest.
Dolan and Kavanaugh carried rifles in the event of a jungle encounter. There was a jungle encounter, a tiger and its mate. An emergency, but an easy one to resolve for 2 expert hunters. Just 1 shot apiece, and there'd be 2 more dead tigers. Just 1 shot apiece. They had their 1 shot apiece, but the tigers didn't drop dead in their tracks. Instead, Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh dropped. Ask me what happened, Jimmy.
What happened?
During the night, someone had emptied their rifle loads and substituted blank bullets.
did that, Jimmy. You engineered the murder of 2 men. You murdered your 2 partners in crime. Just 1 day's push from the Hindu temple you'd all teamed up to loot. They got within 24 hours of treasure, and then you murdered them. 1 more day to the temple, so why split 3 ways, huh?
You know about the temple. But I never pushed on to that temple. No loot, no nothing. How about that?
You lost your nerve. You just hadn't counted on losing your nerve.
What are you, a detective?
No. I'm your second victim on Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? But Kavanaugh was killed.
Unfortunately for you, he wasn't. I'll show you what I had to survive. Feel my sleeve. Feel it.
It's empty.
Torn out of the socket. Now the face behind this laughing gargoyle I wear. See the left profile. Oh, it isn't pretty, is it? The eye's gone, too. I spent 5 years finding you, Jimmy. I've waited a long time to let you see my face.
You came after me to kill me?
After you've had the same 24 hours you arranged that Dolan and I would have.
What do you mean, the same 24 hours?
Unarmed, in the jungle, and helpless. I'm going to hunt you for 24 hours. In this jungle, the jungle of the city, with every beast of prey I can buy. I'm going to hunt you, Jimmy. And in the end, when I've wrung every suffering from you, I'm going to kill you.
What do you mean? Every beast of prey you can buy.
The denizens of the city jungle, the riffraff, the murderers, the men and women who buy and sell murder. I can afford them, Jimmy. See this, Ruby?
Is it real?
And I have dozens, Jimmy, dozens. I didn't lose my nerve. It's 10 o'clock. You can go now. Go and see if you can escape me and my pack.
You're going through with this?
Get along, Jimmy. Hurry. The beasts will be coming at you from the sewers and the cellars, ambushing you from the shadows, into the dawn and through the day for 24 hours, until 10 tomorrow night. Or you win. You live. Hurry, Jimmy. See how painful death can be.
That Kavanaugh's one fella I never want to hunt me up. No, sir. That guy slays for creeps. 24 hours. Kavanaugh's got 24 hours to kill, and Jimmy has just enough time to die. Yes, you know, Jimmy might win out over Kavanaugh, now that he's got an extra skull to go with the one he's stuck with. After all, 2 heads are better than 1. Let's live out the terror now, shall we?
An animal game of murder for 24 hours. I was to be hunted down in a jungle where human beasts came at you from the sewers and cellars, where killers in the hire of a homicidal lunatic lay in ambush. But I had to win. I had to save myself. I had to. Hide. The thing to do was to hide, fade into an alleyway and find a cellar and stay put for 24 hours. Just stay put. With the sickening reek of garbage cans until 10 tomorrow night. Was I alone? Movement. There was a whispering movement somewhere in the cellar. A faint rattle of ash cans, as if the wind was rattling them. Wind in an airtight cellar. Hello? Anybody there? No answer. I've been imagining. But then something winged at me, goring into my shoulder, sharp and deadly like a knife. I came to, bleeding from a shoulder gash. I got out of there and back into the streets. Into a jungle of faces. It was Halloween night like I'd never seen it. Masks and costumes on kids of 6 and old crones of 60. A crazy jungle of witches and snarling sea captains and lunatics. They couldn't all be in the hire of Kavanaugh. And then, where a fence was plastered with circus posters of jungle animals, a zany-looking guy was shooting from the hip of the poster while making menacing faces like a bad man. I caught a whiff of powder in the night air. The shot had burned into the poster. I crept up behind him. Faking a gun with my fist in my coat pocket, I rammed against his back. Get him up, pal, reach.
I got nothing in that sentence.
Your gun, I want your gun. Hand it over.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Now walk. Walk up the block and don't turn back to look. I had a gun now, and the tables were turned. I was the hunter now. I drifted to the docks and took up a position with my back to the river.
Thinking of suicide, Jimmy?
Not anymore, Kavanaugh.
You sound as if your morale had suddenly improved.
My morale's going great, Kavanaugh. Your animal hunt's about to boomerang, blow right up in your face like this. Who's hunting who, Kavanaugh? Who's hunting who? Kavanaugh kept standing up. 3 bullets, point blank, enough to blow his head off, but Kavanaugh kept standing up unharmed.
How does it feel to hunt game with blank cartridges like Boxer Dolan and I did once?
Blank cartridges? But that crazy-looking guy, I saw him burn a hole in the circus poster.
Only 1 bullet. The first one was real. Simple?
Yeah, simple. I get it. Dead-Eye Dick was another one of your beasts.
Who's hunting who, Jimmy? Who's hunting who?
Kavanaugh, wait. Kavanaugh, kill me. Get it over with and kill me now, will you? Kavanaugh, you gotta kill me. I had to get out of there. The subway. Yeah, the subway. Fade into the subway. Get on a train and ride to the end of the line. Ride out of the jungle. An empty station. No one in it. No someone. 2 people. A dapper little guy buried behind a newspaper. And an old lady in ragged clothes carrying a pet half hidden under a coat. A pet that looked like a cat. She came up to me, close, like to ask me something.
This side goes to Lefferts Avenue Station?
Lefferts, I don't know. I'm a stranger here.
Oh, hush, Genevieve. Oh, Genevieve is hungry.
That's not a cat.
No, son. A cub. A tiger cub.
A tiger cub?
Would you like to stroke Genevieve?
Oh, no.
Don't run away, stop. Genevieve won't hurt.
I ran away with the old crone after me, hobbling on her skirts, and the little dapper guy behind the newspaper circling at me from the opposite direction, cornering me. I jumped to the tracks, my only out, and I ran. I ran it deep into the bowels of the subway, deep, very deep, with the little dapper guy after me, as if he meant business. And then the train. It had a Halloween look, too, bearing down on me. An iron face with banjo eyes. I ran against the wall and flattened out. The train flashed past and the dapper little guy screamed. Kavanaugh was shy, one beast in his jungle. The little guy had been hit glancingly and hurled against the subway wall, pulverized. I got to him quickly and frisked him. I had a gun now. A gun with bullets that killed. I ran a half mile underground to another station, and then back on the streets. Back in the animal game. It was 3 a.m. A neon sign read, Hillary Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume party. People were straggling out. The fun was over.
Oh.
What?
You remember me?
No.
I'm the witch who gave you a free mask and a grocery bag that you forgot somewhere. And you're Jimmy Fox.
Jimmy Scott. I used to be Jimmy Fox.
Sister, are you all right?
Am I all right?
I mean, are you just what you look? A sweet kid with brown eyes and a heart.
Are you drunk?
No, beat. I'm dead beat. I've got to hole up somewhere, get some shut-eye. I've got to or I'll die.
You're sick?
Yeah, I'm sick. If I could just sleep around the clock until 10 tomorrow night. If an angel came along and said, come home with me, I'll put you up.
Come home with me, Jimmy. I'll put you up.
I fell asleep on the sofa with the gun under my pillow and the girl on a chair watching me anxiously. I had a friend. I could drop off and live in dreamland until 10 that night. At 10, I could wake up and live. Coming awake, I heard the alarm we'd set go off. The alarm stopped. And there was a sound. An animal sound. And then a claw scratching at me, tearing at my cheek. And I jumped up. The girl was gone. A guy was sitting watching me now. A skinny kid with a heavy shock of hair, not a day over 21.
Oh, that's a lousy way to have to wake up from a sleep, pal.
Lousy way. There was an animal clawing at me. My cheek's bleeding.
And Genevieve, she isn't housebroken. Still a little wild. You should have seen her dash for the kitchen when you let out a scream just now.
Genevieve. Who are you?
You're Jimmy Fox, huh?
Yeah.
I got something for you.
For me?
Yeah, it was given to me to give to you. Here.
A rupee. Hey, wait a minute, look. It's 10 o'clock. I set the alarm for 10, and it's 10.
Well, it's only a quarter of. That clock's always 15 minutes ahead.
Now the game's over. It's 10, and you can't cheat. I've won, Kavanaugh. You can't go back on your promise, Kavanaugh. You can't.
What are you trying to get over, pal? I don't
I've won. You can't cheat. I won't be tricked.
A gun. Pal, you're crazy. Here, wait, look. Oh! You're crazy.
It's 10, and I won't be tricked, Kavanaugh. I've won. I'm still on the sofa. My arms are rigid, and my legs rigid. Like something exploded inside me and paralyzed my nerves. I can just look and hear. She's in the room now. A girl with a sweet face and brown eyes. Only her eyes are red, swollen from crying. I hear her talking to a cop. He's taking down what she said.
He was a stray. He was like a sick dog in the street. So I picked him up and brought him home.
Yes, why did he kill your brother, Buddy?
I don't know. I was taking a shower, and I heard him scream like a crazy man. I heard him talk all mixed up. And I was taking a shower, and I couldn't get here in time.
There must be something you can tell me, miss.
Oh, officer, everything is all mixed up. At the Tillery Street costume ball, a man gave me a cap with tiger stripes, and he begged me to keep it for him for a while until he found a new home for it. He'd been evicted, he said.
Yes.
Well, then, in the all-night restaurant my brother works in, a man gave Buddy a ruby to give to Jimmy Fox. When he woke up, he told my brother the ruby belonged to Jimmy Fox.
This piece of glass?
Yes.
That's something off the Woolworth time counter. What else?
That's all. Really, that's all.
I watch and I hear. I see through Kavanaugh's trick. Get me crazy, so I'll murder a stranger who called himself Buddy. The brother of a girl with brown eyes and a heart. Frame me, so I'll just want to die. Through weeks of a murder trial, and months in the death house, and 4 minutes in the death chair. I kept listening to them talk. The girl and the cop.
Okay. We'll have to get the rest from Jimmy Fox here. Yeah, look at him. He's paralyzed with fright. I wonder what kind of a crazy Halloween story he's going to try to palm off on us when we get him talking. Captain Devereaux speaking. McAvoy, send a police ambulance to 445 10th Street, apartment 3 rear. And McAvoy, see that a straitjacket's on that ambulance.
Well, quite a chase. It got so poor Jim didn't know whether he was coming or going. Nuts. What got his goat most was the way he kept seeing animals everywhere. Very confusing to a guy on the lam. Yeah, it got so he couldn't tell who's zoo. Tomorrow? Oh, sure. I read this Halloween notice on a tree somewhere. Never hunt out of reason.
Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody.
This is Arch Oboler. Yes, this tonight is not a play of horror. There is no terror in it, only wonder. For the day of which we speak was a strange, wonderful day.
Express to the observation roof, going up.
In here, Eve.
Yes.
Face front, please.
Eve? Forget all about what's happening outside, newspapers and things. Don't let it spoil this.
Nothing can spoil being with you, Michael.
Sweet.
You can't hardly feel the elevator moving. It is moving, Michael.
Oh, sure, look at the lights. 25th floor already.
It doesn't seem possible. Oh, my ears.
Yeah, mine too.
Because we're going so fast?
No, it's something about air pressure. You know, like getting on top of a mountain. Gee, look at those lights. We're at the 50th floor. At least they say so.
Oh, it's so scary and wonderful.
Just think, 102 floors up in the air.
Not on this elevator, mister.
Huh?
You'll have to change at the 80th, then at the 86th again.
Oh, thanks. Look, Eve, 70th floor already.
Of course, this is one of the longest elevator shafts in the world.
Yeah, I should think it is.
I bet they're fooling us.
Yeah.
I heard there's an extra paper out that the war's going to...
Please.
Huh?
If you don't mind, we don't want to talk about those things.
Oh, yeah. I don't blame you. Well, as far as we go.
Where do we...
Next elevator, right over there, sir.
Thanks. Better hold on to my arm, Eve.
Yes. Why does everyone have to talk about the war all the time, Michael?
It's just the way it is, I guess.
On up.
Come ahead, Eve.
Watch your step, please.
Wonder how much you can see up there.
All New York, the guidebook says.
Far as we go.
You mean this is where we...
86th floor, mister. Take the elevator right over there for the observation room.
Oh, thanks. Come on, Eve.
Oh, but Michael, we no sooner got in than we got out.
6 floors higher. At least he says so. I guess this is the place where we get there.
Going up.
Come on, Eve. We'll never get closer to heaven.
Observation roof, next stop. 102nd floor.
And I used to think that I was getting up high when I climbed the apple tree.
Observation roof, 102nd floor.
Gosh, Express is right. All right, Eve, this is it.
Will the wind blow? Will it be all... Oh, Michael, it's all glassed in.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, how wonderful.
Gosh.
Michael, come over here.
Huh?
Look, the ocean out there.
I can see the Statue of Liberty.
Oh,
Oh, it's wonderful.
And you didn't want to come up here.
It's like the world right under it.
Not scared a bit, are you?
Oh, why should I be? It's just wonderful. Oh, look over here.
Hey, will you quit running around here like a doodle bug?
What's the bridges over the river? Which one is that?
Oh, I don't know, Brooklyn or something.
Oh, so many buildings. I had no idea New York was so spread out. So many buildings. So wonderful.
Yeah, from up here.
What? What did you say, Michael?
I said it's all wonderful from up here. But get down there and, well, I bet it's like one of those Hollywood, glamour stars when she gets up in the morning.
Michael, what do you know about things like that?
Well, I know you're super colossal or something when you wake up.
Oh.
You are. Your eyelashes sort of flutter and then you stretch out just like a little pup dog.
Like a pup dog? Michael, is that romantic?
Oh, I don't know the words. I just know that I'm gladder every minute that you married me.
You married me.
Now, don't argue with your husband.
Husband.
Eve, lips are so soft.
Yours aren't.
Glad no one else is up here.
All right, Michael. $2.20 to make love to me or to see the sight.
I married a beautiful cash register.
Mr. Smith, will you let go of it?
Oh.
You're going to see me for 99 years, and maybe this is the last time we'll ever be able to get away from the farm and see New York this way, and we... Michael.
Huh?
Look over there.
Hey, how do you like that? Clouds.
Where did they come from?
Well, the usual place clouds come from, I suppose.
But so quickly.
Well, we're up plenty high.
Look at them. They're coming right at us.
It's a strong wind, I guess.
Oh, Michael, this is so exciting. Up in the clouds.
Made to order for you and me. Uh-oh, rain.
Well, there goes the rest of our day.
Sure a good thing they got this place glassed in.
Oh.
Eve, it's only lightning.
Oh, no.
Oh, you've been in thunderstorms before.
Michael.
Eve, what is it?
The clouds. They're fighting.
Huh?
Look at them. Fighting each other.
Well, is that any reason to be afraid? Gosh, thunderclouds always sort of boil around.
Like armies. Fighting.
Eve, what kind of talk is that?
Armies. Fighting.
Why do you keep saying that?
I can't help it. I keep thinking...
Well, don't think. Remember, we said our honeymoon. We wouldn't think about anything but us.
But this is us. How can I be happy when all over the world...
All right. I will talk about it. I'll talk about it once and for all, and then you and I won't have to talk about it anymore. Gosh, I don't know anything about those things the newspapers are always talking about. Maybe I'm not so smart as the people who live in this town and all the other big towns when it comes to dodging taxi cabs and throwing wisecracks. But I know this. I don't want to own everything I can get my hands on. And I know that it isn't right for some people to have too much and some people to have too little. And I know that when I go to fight, I will fight. And it'll be for what I know is right, for the kind of world where all the little people have a chance, no matter what they look like or what their name is or what their blood is. Because I know that no matter what any little dictator says, people all over the world are just like you and me. All they want and all I want is happy work and someone they care about to work for and a little time left over in which just to enjoy being alive.
I love you, Michael.
Let's go down.
No, just a minute more. Storm's breaking.
Yeah, I guess it is. First time in my life I ever talked like that.
You're very good, Michael.
I'm not bright, but good.
Michael, look.
Look at what?
You just can't see anything down there.
Yeah, air's full of mist, that's why.
See things, and yet you don't see them.
Let's go, huh?
All right.
Hold on to my arm. If it's still raining when we get down, we'll take a taxi back to the hotel.
All right.
I guess this is the button I pressed to get the elevator up here. Well, that ought to bring them up. Gosh, thunderstorms and everything. It's been some experience, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I sure jumped out of my skin when you screamed. I mean, when you saw those thunderclouds.
I didn't scream, Michael.
Oh, you certainly did, kind of. I sure don't know much about women, I guess. I mean, you were afraid of the clouds, and then you weren't afraid of the thunder and lightning.
Clouds were horrible.
Oh. Hey, what's the matter with that elevator?
Well, ring again.
Well, that's all I've been doing.
Something must be wrong with it. The button.
Yeah, no answer. That's plain enough.
Oh, don't be so impatient.
Well, we certainly can't walk down.
They'll come up for us.
Gosh, my thumb's getting sore punching this thing. Something sure is out of order.
Maybe we had better walk down.
102 floors?
No, I mean just to the next landing where we can get the next elevator. See, your stairway.
Oh. Okay, I guess there's nothing else to do about it. Come on.
Don't walk so fast, dear.
Oh, what a life.
Oh, it isn't so bad walking downstairs.
You're swell. Here, take my arm. Down we go, Mrs. Smith. You know, elevators are all right, but me, I'll take the good old-fashioned horse.
Crazy.
Step 150, 51, 52, 56.
Michael, look. That door says 86.
Hallelujah, we're here. Sure, a heavy door. All right, Eve, go through.
Yeah.
There. Now we'll find out what was the matter. Elevators. Oh, there we are.
Doors are open.
Yeah. Gosh, where's the elevator man?
Well, maybe we just better wait.
Wait, I want to ride. Where are they?
Nobody in the hall.
Hey!
Michael, don't.
I gotta get someone to run the contraptions. Hey, elevator man!
Well, they won't like it.
Oh, gosh, I don't like being stuck up here. Hey, is there someone here to run these elevators?
No one.
Now what'll we do?
Well, the last elevator stopped at the 80th floor, didn't it?
You mean walk again?
I guess we'll have to.
Yeah. And what could have happened to him? Hey, isn't there anyone here? Hey, we want to get downstairs. Hey!
It's no use, dear.
Well, there's got to be somebody on this floor.
Well, don't get so excited, Michael.
Oh, gosh, there's 80 floors between us and the street. We can't walk all that way.
We'll have to.
Telephone.
Huh?
Yeah, telephone, that's it. I'll call the operator and tell her what's happened. Come on.
Michael, wait for me. Michael, you can't go in there.
Come on.
It's a private office.
Oh, sure, but they won't mind if I... Say, can you beat that?
No one here.
Gone off with the elevator man, I'll bet you. Well, at least they left the telephone. Hope I can dial this thing right. Here it says operator.
Michael, they won't like it at all if they come back in here and find we walked right in without a...
Gosh.
What's the matter?
The telephone. Here, listen.
Sounds sort of dead.
Yeah, I'll say. Here, give it to me. I gotta get somebody. Hey, listen, operator. How about answering? Operator.
No use, Michael.
Yeah. Oh, is this a mess?
Have to walk down, I guess.
Where is everyone in this building? Gosh,
Michael, maybe there's been a fire.
Fire? Yeah, maybe.
Michael, quick, let's get to the stairway and get out of here. Quick, Michael. How far have we gone?
5 or 6 floors, I guess. Hold tight to my arm. We have to walk.
The whole building can't be empty, Michael.
I tried every office on that floor, I tell you. There was no one. No one. Oh, gosh, this is the screwiest thing I've ever...
It can't be a fire, Michael.
No, there's no smoke or anything.
But where is everyone? Michael, where?
I don't know, honest, I don't know.
Michael.
Honey, I'm as tired trying to figure it out as I am walking down the whole blasted 102 floors. Floor after floor, offices all fixed up as if people were working in them, and no one there. I give up, I tell you.
Michael, the war.
Huh?
I mean the war news. Everybody ran out into the street.
Now, Eve, does that make sense? A whole skyscraper emptied out just to grab newspapers?
Michael?
About a war that's all the way over the ocean? Oh, that makes about as little sense as everything else. Well, this is it.
Are we?
So help me, the main floor. All out. Oh, gosh, my legs.
No, Michael, don't sit down. Hurry.
Hurry away.
Out of here in the street. Don't you want to know what's happened?
Well, yeah, sure. Oh, that door says to the street. Let's go.
Here, wait for me, Michael.
Sure glad to get out of this place. Come on, out we go.
Yes. Michael.
Gosh.
Oh, Michael.
It's all right, dear. It's all right.
Michael, what's happened?
Not a person in the streets.
There were so many.
Yeah.
Michael, listen.
I don't hear anything.
Listen.
The wind.
Yes, that's it. That's it, only the wind. Michael, don't you remember? Ever since we got to New York, all day yesterday, all night, all morning, the noise, Michael. Don't you remember the noise?
Yes, sir.
And now nothing but the wind. What's happened? Why is it so quiet now? Where are the people? Michael, tell me.
Do you want to rest?
No. Just keep walking.
All right.
If we'd only meet one. Michael, if we'd only meet one person.
You
Someone.
stop it. Of course we'll meet someone. We've got to. There's millions of people in this town. Millions, I tell you.
Not a living thing. Horse, dog,
There's an explanation, I tell you. There's an explanation for everything. Everyone's gone somewhere, that's all. Gone somewhere.
Where have they gone, Michael?
Careful, automobile.
Standing still. Like all the rest.
Crazy people leave their cars standing right in the middle of the street. But they'll come back. They got to. Millions of people, I tell you. People, where are you? People. Hey, somebody come out, blast you. Come out, people.
No.
People, can't you
No,
hear me?
please,
I'm
Michael,
talking
stop.
to you.
You're frightened.
People, where are you?
Empty streets.
People,
Stop
can't
yelling
you
at
come
them,
out?
Michael.
People, where are you?
Stop.
People. Oh, Eve.
Hold me.
What's happened to us? What? No, I gotta stop asking questions. I gotta keep going. I gotta find someone. They'll tell us. Here. What? Tremble. What is it, Eve?
Michael, I just thought...
Thought what?
All these empty streets. Michael, listen to me. What if there is no one else?
Huh?
What if you and I are the only ones left? Michael?
Yes?
I can't walk another step.
All right, we'll rest.
Where?
Anywhere. Doesn't matter much, does it? All New York's ours. You ought to know that by now.
No, don't.
Look, you know where we are?
No.
Broadway. Times Square. Well, I give you Times Square. It's all yours. Wedding present.
Michael,
Yeah, yours. Shops and big signs and all the taxi cabs and buses and cars standing around. Yours, Eve. Yours to have or to lose or burn up.
Michael, please.
I'm sorry, honey. Guess I'm a little goofy. Let's keep going, huh?
All right. Tired?
Yeah.
It's going to get dark soon.
Yeah.
Will there be light?
Nope.
How do you know?
I tried the light switches all along the way.
I won't be afraid in the dark.
Well, I guess that's one advantage we've got coming from the country.
There'll be people there, won't there?
I don't think so.
Why do you say that?
Well, when we went to that store before, there were radio sets, battery ones. I tried them when you weren't looking. There was nothing on the air.
What does that mean?
It means what you said before. Maybe it's true.
We're the only...
Yeah.
Somehow I'm not as frightened as I was.
Me neither. My head, I'm just all mixed up, that's all. They left the doors open and the automobile's right in the middle of the street, and everything's just as if they stopped right in the middle of what they were doing. But why? Why? That word's got me dizzy, chasing around in my head.
Michael.
Millions of people. Where have they disappeared to? If we only had some idea, any idea.
Michael.
What's the matter? Why are you...
That newspaper. Right at your feet.
Huh?
Pick it up. The headline.
War fury rages. Armies march in Europe. Well?
The headline.
Well, what of it? The same one as this morning.
Couldn't that be the answer?
Answer to what? What are you talking about?
Why they disappeared?
Eve, get hold of yourself. What's a war thousands of miles away got to do with this?
Maybe it's the same over there.
People gone?
Yes.
Let's keep going. No, the curb. Let's sit here.
All right.
Now, you got to tell me what you started to say.
Don't laugh at me when I say it, Michael.
Just tell me.
Maybe God got tired of it.
What?
He's been so patient, waiting all these years for people to learn how to live on the earth. So today, well, he just got tired and took everybody away.
Eve.
Michael, don't look at me like that. Is what I said any more crazy than what's happened? Look, this street should be like daylight with electric signs. There should be so many people around us and automobiles coming and going and streetcars and a whole city living. But there's nothing. Michael, who else could have taken them away? Why can't it be true? He got so tired of the horrible mess they were making of things that he took them away. Yes, that's it. He took...
No, stop it. No, it's crazy talk. I won't listen.
Crazy because we don't understand.
It's impossible, I tell you.
Why is it impossible? Michael, I don't know very much, but I know this. I've been thinking about it all the time we've been walking. Call the way people got here on Earth any name you want. But no matter how you say it, when you really think about it, it's all a miracle. Things joining in the empty air and growing, burning and cooling. The animals growing out of things that couldn't move. And the animals changing for millions of years until there were men. I tell you, it's all crazy and impossible, and yet someone made it happen. So why not this? Yes, if he made men, why couldn't he get tired of the way they were doing things and destroy them?
I can't believe it's you talking.
Michael, I think I'm saying the truth. Someone made mankind, and that someone just destroyed them.
Then what are we doing here? We're flesh and blood like the rest.
Maybe he just forgot us. Or maybe...
What?
It doesn't matter.
Tell me.
Maybe you and I...
Well?
Maybe he wanted just a couple of people to start over with.
You say crazy things, and then you say crazier ones.
Well, what if it's true, Michael? Think, what if it's true? The things you set up on the roof during the storm, those good things. Maybe he heard them and liked them.
Getting so dark.
Maybe he heard them and liked them.
I'm awfully tired. Let's find a place to sleep.
All right.
I'll help you.
Where'll we go?
Any place. We can go any place now.
Yes. Let's hurry. It'll be terrible on the streets when it's very dark.
Yes.
No, wait, Michael.
Huh?
Why should we hurry and be afraid? Who can harm us now?
You're right. All the harm is out of the city now.
Michael, you don't quite believe all the things I said before. But tomorrow when the sun is shining again and we really know that this happened and isn't kind of a dream, you'll believe then, won't you, Michael?
Maybe.
You're thinking something. Tell me what.
Well, if what you think did happen, maybe he left a few more people like us at different places on the earth. I mean, plain ordinary people to join together and make a new world. We'll have to help run things.
Michael, yes.
But Eve, we don't know anything about running a world, you and I. We're just you and me. How can we do better than they did? The millions of them.
Maybe by remembering something they sort of forgot.
What?
It's just to do unto others as they should do unto you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Linda Darnell. I speak to you now while your hearts and minds are full of tonight's play, because what I'm about to say to you is close to what you've been hearing. The victories a few days ago sang in the headlines, but today's headlines speak in a deeper voice of reality, a voice which says,
"More of our men must die before this war is won."
If that realistic thought is unpleasant, you and I can do something about it. We can give our men all of the finest war equipment possible, when they need it, at the time they need it. And the time has come now because the attack is now. It's hard to conceive, isn't it, of any decent human being wanting to make profits out of this war. So, if there's extra money in your pay envelope, spend it in the only manner that will enable you to face the future with a clear conscience. Put those dollars into war bonds. Back the attack now with your dollars. And when that final victory does come, a part of it will be yours.
Thank you, Linda Darnell. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of ironized yeast were happy to devote their entire commercial time on tonight's program to the third War Loan Drive in cooperation with the drug, cosmetic, and allied industries. Mr. Oboler?
Well, first, a word of thanks to Linda Darnell and, of course, to Mercedes McCambridge and Byron Kane for tonight's beautiful performances.
Let go of me. Let go.
First, I have a little surprise for you. Look there, right in front of you.
Tombstones. 3 of them.
The first one is your mother. The second one is your brother. They're both sleeping soundly under them. And the third one...
It's mine.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is dark. Our fear is the strongest. Our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the grave is open and the death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in The Man with the Black Beard. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Sigmund Miller is The Man with the Black Beard. A few minutes before 12 o'clock, midnight, Charles Corbett is sleeping peacefully. But not his wife, Evelyn.
No, don't touch me.
There's no use running. You can't get away.
Please let me alone.
You mustn't be afraid, Evelyn.
You. That black beard. I've seen you before.
Of course you've seen me before. Everybody does. Sooner or later.
No. I don't want to see you. And I want...
Scalpel, please.
What are you doing? You can't operate on me. You can't.
Just hold still. After this first incision, you won't feel anything.
Well, there's nothing wrong with me. Let go of me.
No one's holding you. Get up.
I'm trying to. I can't.
No, Evelyn.
Your face. You're growing beard.
Yes, Evelyn.
A black beard. You're the man with the black beard who's been following me.
Yes, Evelyn.
Oh.
I'm afraid you're going to die. The prisoner will rise.
Prisoner?
I find you guilty. Guilty of trying to run away from the man with the black beard. You are sentenced to be guillotined.
No. No, please, I didn't do anything wrong.
Step up these stairs, please.
My husband. Let me call my husband.
No time for that. Raise the guillotine.
Please, give me another chance.
You'll only run away again. Head down, please.
No, no, no. Oh, why do you hate me? Why do you want to kill me?
Because you hate me. And for this you must die.
For heaven's sake, that's the matter, darling. Giles, help me.
Well, stop it. You're perfectly safe. Look, darling. Look, you're in bed.
I'm in bed?
Yes.
Oh, Giles.
Oh, what was it, darling? What was it? Was it a bad dream?
Oh, Giles. It was the most dreadful dream I've ever had.
Oh, there.
There was a man with a black beard. And he was trying to kill me.
No, darling.
At first he was a doctor. He was going to operate on me. And then he tried to guillotine me. And the knife was just going out.
Oh.
But you...
Poor darling, it's all my fault.
Oh, no. Why is it your fault?
I'm telling you about that latest case of mine, that murder case.
No, Charles. No, I don't think it was that. No, I dreamed about that man with the black beard before. Charles, it means something.
When did you dream about him before?
I don't know. It was about a month ago.
Oh, yes, that was when I got my new job. That makes sense.
No, Charles, there's something else. I can't help feeling it. I can't help feeling that I'm going to die.
Don't say that, Evelyn.
No, I feel it in my bones, Charles. I'm certain. I'm going to die. Soon.
Corbett speaking.
Mr. Corbett, I'm glad I got you. Central Hospital's been trying to reach you.
Who?
Central Hospital.
Oh, I must have the wrong Corbett. I don't know anyone there.
Oh, they said it was about your wife.
My what? What about her?
Well, she collapsed down the street, and they brought her into the hospital.
Okay. I'm going right over. What is it? I came right over. What is it? Oh, baby. Please, honey, don't cry. Oh, look. Tell me. Huh?
I saw him.
You saw who?
The man.
What man?
The man with the black beard.
The one you dreamed about last night?
Yes.
Where?
Well, he was in the street.
In the street?
I left the office. I was going out for lunch. And I was just going out in the lobby when I saw him. A man with a black beard.
Oh, no, darling.
I stared at him. I tried to place him. And then I realized that he was the man from my dream. He nodded to me, Charles. I guess I must have fainted.
What? Evelyn, honey, it can't be the same man. It's just your imagination.
No, Charles, it's not. It was the same man. I remember his face in every detail.
No, I don't think... Oh, I guess we have to do something about this, darling. What can we do? Look, suppose we go to see Dr. Lieber. He should be able to help you.
No. It's no use, Charles. He's after me. The man with the black beard. I'm going to die, Charles. I'm going to die.
Can you describe the man to me, Mrs. Corbett?
Yes, Doctor, I can. He has a long, narrow face, deep set black eyes, and a black beard.
Had you ever seen him before before you dreamed of him?
No, I don't think so.
And you believe the man you saw in the street and the one you dreamed about are the same?
I know they are.
You say he nodded to you, as if he knew you.
Oh, he knew me, all right. He wants me to die.
You met him twice?
Yes, and both times he nodded.
I can understand you being afraid of him. But I think you also hate him. You do hate him, don't you?
Hate him? Doctor, I could kill him without even thinking twice about it.
I see. What do you think, Dr. Lieber? If she did not hate him, the explanation would be simple. She might have seen this man with a black beard before she dreamed of him, just dancing in the street. And she could have had a nightmare about him. But hate is important. Hating him the way she does, that means he has become a symbol to her.
A symbol? Then you don't believe he's a real person, do you? That he's really threatening me?
Not in the way you mean. What we'll have to do is to find out just what he does stand for.
But, Doctor, I tell you, I know what he stands for. He stands for death.
I'm not going to tell you to forget it, Mrs. Corbett, because you won't. But if you come back again tomorrow, we'll see if we can't find out a little more about him.
Charles, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you, darling. We're going to have lunch together.
You mean you'd like to take a look at the man with the black beard?
Well, yes. Look, you say you met him right here on the street corner.
Yes, right here. Twice. Oh, Charles, are you doing this because you believe me or because you don't believe me? Or is it because you think I've gone mad?
Oh, my dearest, what a question.
Well, maybe he won't show up today.
Well, then I'll try again.
Yes, and maybe that I can see him, and maybe you can't. Maybe it's just a... Charles.
Huh?
Look.
Where?
There. Coming towards...
Well, I'll be... Oh, just as you described it.
Then you do see him.
How do you do?
Oh. He spoke to me. He never did that before.
Getting into that car.
Hey, you! Wait, I want to talk to you.
He isn't paying any attention, Charles. He's driving away.
Let him get away.
Taxi! Come on.
Taxi. Here, this way, Evelyn. Wait.
That's you, bud.
Follow that black car. We've got to see where he goes.
Listen, mister, how much longer are we going to keep tailing this guy? We're way outside the city limits.
Yeah. We're going to tail him until we find out where he's going. You haven't lost him, have you?
No. He can't go much further because this road is... Hey, he's turning off.
Huh?
Into the cemetery.
What? What did you say?
The Cypress Cemetery. He's going in.
Well, step on it, will you? We've got to catch him.
Don't worry. There's just this one road, and the entrance gate's on the other side of this curve. There's an attendant there. He'll have to stop and show a pass or something.
He's gone. Hey, stop at that gate, will you? Yes, sir. Excuse me, we're looking for a big black car that just came through here. Black car? There hasn't been a car through here for an hour.
You see, I told you. I told you.
Stop it. Look, there must have been one. We followed it all the way from town. A man with a black beard was driving it. Yes, sir. I say there hasn't been a car through here for an hour. With or without a beard.
A man with a black beard and a black car.
vanishing into thin air at the gates of a cemetery. But then, where would you expect the trail to end that began with a nightmare? A dream of murder at midnight. And now back to Murder at Midnight and The Man with the Black Beard. We find Evelyn deep in another terrifying encounter with the man who haunts her day and night. Evelyn.
You again? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. You were looking for me, remember? You and your husband right here in the cemetery.
No, I've got to get up. This is just another dream. A nightmare.
Is it? Look at me. I'm very real. Here. Touch me.
No, you're cold.
Always.
Oh, why don't you leave me alone? Why are you pursuing me?
You who are pursuing me.
It's a lie. I hate you.
Naturally. I have a surprise for you.
I don't want to see your surprise. Oh, I've got to wake up. I've got to.
First, you must look at my surprise. Look there, right in front of you.
Don't. Say something.
The first one is your mother. The second is your brother. And the third one, do you recognize that?
It's my own.
Can you read the inscription?
Oh.
It says, Evelyn Corbett, beloved wife. Simple, but dignified.
No, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Now, if you kindly step down into your grave, our business is finished.
No, I won't do it. I won't. I don't want to die.
I'm afraid I must insist.
No, I won't.
This time you can't help yourself, even by waking up. This time in you go.
Ellen! What are you doing on the floor? What is it?
Oh.
Darling, what's the matter?
It was he again. It was the man with the black beard. He threw me into my grave.
Oh, no, darling. You fell off the bed. That's all. Come on here. I'll help you up. Back on the bed. There.
Charles. Oh, Charles, if this keeps up, I'll go out of my mind.
I know, darling.
Oh, Charles, do something. You just got to do something.
You actually saw him, this man with the black beard, Mr. Corbett. I certainly did. He looked just as Evelyn described him to. And he disappeared at the cemetery. Yes, Doctor, he did. Well, that isn't so mysterious. He might have gone off on a side road or something like that.
But he didn't, Doctor.
Something like that.
But he didn't, Doctor. He just vanished into thin air.
Mrs. Corbett, I want you to try to remember how many times you've dreamt about it. That's important.
Yes. 3 times.
Are you sure?
Well, I think I am.
When was the last time someone close to you died?
Died. About 6 years ago.
Who was it?
It was my brother. My only brother.
Were you very fond of him?
Yes.
Did you have nightmares then?
Well, Yes, I think so.
Did you dream about the man with the black beard then?
I'm not sure.
Think back.
No, I can't remember. I have a feeling that I did. Only I can't be too certain.
It will come to you. Maybe not now, maybe tomorrow, the day after. Let me know immediately when it does.
I don't get this, Doctor. What has that got to do with the immediate problem?
A great deal, Mr. Corbett.
But the man with the beard is a real person.
No, he isn't. He isn't a real person.
But he was
No,
there.
I think he's dead. Hunting for me.
I see. Of course, one way we can prove he's not is to get hold of him. Talk to him.
Well, I'll take that job. I'll find him. And when I do, he's going to do a lot of talking.
Yeah?
The body of a Mr. Hampton was found in the river today. He was heavily injured, and they want you to go down to the city morgue to look at the body as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll go down right now. Goodbye. When was that body fished out of the river?
Several hours ago.
Okay. You can put the sheet back.
So what do you think? Murder, suicide, or accident?
Well, I don't know yet.
Hey, there he is. Here.
He? Who?
The man with the black beard. He just walked out of the slab room.
I didn't notice.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, gone. I'm taking the elevator. Ring. Oh, got to find that guy. Come on.
Okay, watch your step.
Did you just take down a man with a black beard?
No, sir.
But you must have. He came out of here just a minute ago.
Well, maybe he walked down. It's only 2 flights.
Huh? Where are the stairs?
Right over there.
Okay, I'll see.
Hello?
Hello, Dr. Lieber?
Yes?
This is Charles Corbett.
Did he groan?
I just saw the man with the black beard again.
You did, where?
Down the morgue.
Did you talk to him?
No, he disappeared. I ran after him, but he just vanished.
That's too bad.
We've got to get a hold of him, Doctor. Perhaps we can meet him at the street corner near my wife's office. She's seen him there several times.
I have a very heavy schedule, but when's the best time?
About 1 o'clock?
I'll be there.
Look, should I have Evelyn come too?
Yes, that might be a good idea.
Good. Maybe we can clear this up today.
Charles, I'm afraid.
There's no reason to be afraid, dear. I'm with you, and Dr. Lieber will be here any minute.
Well, if I see him again, I don't know what will happen.
Nothing will happen. Believe me, darling. Look, once we talk to him. Here he comes.
Where, Charles?
Right there. Dr. Lieber.
Oh, I thought you started.
Hello. I'm glad you could come, Doctor.
And I'm terrified. Doctor, do we have to do this?
It's the quickest way of getting to the bottom of it. What time have we got, Mr. Corbett? I have 5 to 1.
It's just about the time he passes by.
I hope he doesn't keep us waiting too long.
Dr. Lieber, really, you've been wonderful about this whole thing. If it hadn't been for you and Charles, I don't know.
What is it, Mrs. Corbett? What's the matter?
Look, over there.
It's he. And he really does have a black beard.
I've got to get away. I've got to get away.
Stay here. Nothing's going to happen to you. He's coming over here. Good.
Oh, don't let him let me go.
Please, Mrs. Corbett. Good afternoon. How do you do, sir? I believe you're the people who are looking for me.
How did you know that?
The guard out at the cemetery told me. He described you and the lady perfectly.
Oh, look out. I got her. Evelyn.
She's fainted. Better take her someplace quiet where she gets... My place is just up the street there, a few doors. It won't bother you too much. Of course not. Show us. Here we are. But this is...
It says Blakely's funeral parlor.
Yes, I'm Mr. Blakely. An undertaker? Yes, a mortician. Cool. This is finally beginning to make sense. Put it down on the couch there, Corbett.
Thanks.
How? Do you know Mrs. Corbett, Mr. Blakely? I've seen her a few times in the street. We seemed to have lunch at about the same time. She stared at me, and I assumed she knew me, so I nodded to her. You've had no other dealings with her? Not that I know of, no. What was your wife's maiden name, Corbett? Huh? Harper. Why? Would you look that name up in your files, Mr. Blakely? Well, yes, of course. Let me see. Hadley, Harper, and Harper. Cecilia M. Died January 26, 1926. Buried at...
Why, that was her mother.
And that's the answer. She loved her mother very much. Very much. Yes, she was only 6 years old at the time, but she always had an age of deep feeling, without any real understanding of cause and effect. Her mother died, and Mr. Blakely came and took her away. As a result, she attributed her death to him. He came to represent death to her, and thus became an object of terror and hatred. But I don't understand. After all these years, I didn't remember him consciously because she wanted to forget about him. But the subconscious mind never forgives or forgets. She must have seen him in the streets without really being aware of it. Then the subconscious mind went to work, started creating those nightmares. And you think that when we tell her all this and we explain, then should it? Yes, but Doctor, how can we explain the attendant at the cemetery and the guy at the morgue? You know, they said they hadn't seen him. Now that we know that Mr. Blakely, the bearded man, is an undertaker, a mortician, the explanation is simple. He was such a familiar figure at the cemetery and the morgue that his presence did not quite register on the conscious mind. Just as we never noticed our waiter at the restaurant. Oh, yes, of course. I see. Now, let me take a look at her. Should be coming through now. Good heavens. What is it? Doctor, what's the matter? I don't seem to find any pulse. I can freeze. The strain and the shock. You mean? I'm afraid she is, Mr. Quebec. After all, when you believe someone to be dead, they can be dead. Dead of fear created in her own mind, lying on a couch in a funeral parlor. The logical place to end the story that began with a nightmare. A terrifying dream of
murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death steps smiling from behind the tombstone. And the clock strike 12 for
murder at midnight.
The part of Evelyn Corbett was played by Mercedes McCambridge. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.